Same group protocol. I am K-Tom, hobbyist game developer slash VTuber, and we are logging back into CatGirlCraft today. Got a lot of stuff to go over, got a lot of stuff to do, and got a busy day ahead of us. Yeah, same group protocol, squared. How are you doing? So I did do a decent number of things off stream. Not a whole lot, though. I've been trying to save, the best for stream. But I will take you guys through. I forgot to flip down my microphone. I should probably do that.
Mic on.
Sorry for the mic on jump scare. What is Doohoo doing, anyways? I saw Doohoo on earlier when I was taking my, yeah, I know, mic on. I'm sorry for the mic on jump scare. I saw Doohoo on earlier, but he didn't actually, respond. Doohoo is above ground. I don't know, but they're doing things. They're moving. And there's a guy outside my house. Why is there a guy outside my house? We'll get to this in a sec. Sir, I need you to not... Okay, so... This probably looks at least a little bit new, because some of it I didn't quite do a bit of it off stream. I've thrown in a few extra workstations here and there, and obviously I have gone and put frog ports above each of them. Almost each of them. Almost all of them. I'm still kind of... I know how this is going to work for the most part. It's just, at the moment, I don't really need to fully automate brass just yet. And, oh, it's raining. I'm gonna go find my hammock. This is not good conditions for streaming. Let's get my hammock. Pathetic wet cat. It's me. Speaking of cats, we do have Garfield still here for the in-shack, order-to-shack interface. However, as it stands, this is just, the shack. And I am eventually moving into, whatever is going to be the main house, which is probably actually going to be in this building, honestly. With a rat-like tail. I don't know if my tail is rat-like. It's far too thick and evenly sized for it to be even, barely mistaken as rat tail. Unless that's a reference to a meme that I'm not aware of. Don't ask about the copycat panels. Don't ask about the copycat panels. I definitely didn't just have Iris show up and, try and get herself killed on various machines and, find some stuff that I kind of missed, because she came in here with a fucking boat and was just driving the boat around, rowing it around on the ground. She found out that she could, stick herself, she wasn't taking full crusher damage, but she was suffocating inside of the crushing wheels. So that's why there are blocks here. And technically, there aren't blocks back here, but that's partially because there's supposed to be a wall back here. She was being an absolute cryptid last time I was on, and she came and visited. There's a whole story to that, but it's, way too long to get into. But then I was kind of messing around with stuff after she had left, and I definitely did not get myself killed on my own sawmill. I definitely did not find a way to kill myself on my own sawmill. I definitely did. That did not happen. Nobody has proof of it. It didn't happen. Anyways, there's copycat panels here instead of trapdoors now. Don't ask why. it is more or less elytra-proof, actually. Hang on. If I go F5 and then F3B, that is... Because the thing is, you cannot actually get the player to fit into that just on like a horizontal. Yeah, the funnel definitely has a... It's especially because it is a... it is not a belt funnel. You could if it was a belt funnel. And technically speaking, it's a belt funnel, but it's also like not quite a belt funnel because it's actually just on the item train. It uses that alternate model for that, but yeah. So yeah, with the hitbox of the belt funnel coming out to there, it absolutely cannot be fit into even with elytra. See, here's the thing. I'm pretty sure crawling player is like still too tall for it. Is the thing. 0.7 blocks wide.
Carpet.
I don't think it'll work. Unless the player was literally 0.5 blocks tall. Which I'm pretty sure they only go down to about, like, 0.8-ish. And Integra Purple Sunbraider, how are you doing? Okay. So yeah, so I replaced the trapdoors with copycat panels for no reason in particular.
Incoming.
I'll take headpats. Yeah. Thank you for headpats, Sunblazer. How are you doing? 0.6. I still feel like that's like exactly 0.5 they would have to be. To actually clear underneath this little section right here. This corner right here. They'd have to get under that. Which they cannot. Might be menace-proof. Keyword might. There is also just gonna be like a... worst case scenario, I will just put up a sign somewhere that says, like, no fly zone inside of the workshop. Because, like, there's definitely places you could get yourself into, with elytra that could theoretically be a problem for you. I am actually curious as to whether or not the mechanical grindstone, like, does anything to players. I don't think I've ever had it do anything. Yeah, slot in inventory. But, like, I don't think any player is actually fitting into it anyways. As it stands, like, you know, being able to crush a player happens because of the fact that, you know, crushing wheels inherently have a space in between them. But mechanical grindstones don't. So I don't think they can crush players. Also, yes, the crushing wheels are kind of out, and that would be absolutely a bit of an OSHA concern. However, my plan is I'm actually going to use vertical slabs to cover that up. And also put, you know, signs saying, machine may start and stop randomly. Yeah, the crushing wheels suck units horrifying, yeah. Those parts also aren't real. Yeah, no, they're not real, yes. And, like, yeah, I can walk up against them and be fine. But, like, there is an immersion factor where I'm just like, meh. Anyways, I got head patted again. Yeah. Hi, Amy. Yeah, there is like a mild immersion where the wheels being out like this. This would definitely get somebody injured. So I'll see. The thing is, so speaking of copycats, speaking of vertical slabs more specifically, but also related to copycats. So generally speaking, I'll do my like maintenance updates and stuff on the server on Fridays, just before we do our big weekend streams and stuff. So I did a pack update last night. Mostly just did adding in emotes and also updating some stuff, adding enchantment descriptions as part of the main client pack, and various other little things. But then I woke up this morning, checked my Modrinth notifications. Guess what updated this fucking morning? Right after I had built and shipped the mod pack update is Copycats Plus. Copycats Plus is finally available on NeoForge 1.21. Right after I had updated the fucking pack. So that'll be on next week. And so next week I'll be able to get in some vertical slabs to cover these up. And also, that means I need to move forward with our plans on building the trains. Because I've been waiting for that because I have a train design that I'm really excited to show off that makes heavy usage out of Copycat Plus blocks. So I've been waiting on that. I can't wait to show it off. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that, like, in order to actually really get use out of it, I need rails, which is why one of the big focuses of today is getting rail production up and running. But you will notice something. Wait for it. It's quiet. It's very quiet. Too quiet. Do you notice a distinct lack of packages in general? So let's go over what's actually currently going on. We've got frog ports, right? We've got all sorts of frog ports. All of them are named. And if I come over, I should probably turn hitboxes off. There we go. Come over to, this is my, like, processing conductor panel. We've got almost everything we could possibly need here to do all sorts of functionality. And that's kind of how I've been doing things, right? This is the big part of, this is like one half of the big part of the grade update, right? This is one of the biggest things. So, like, every single one of these machines has an address, and then I can send stuff to each of those addresses from our main storage down here, which we're probably actually going to need to expand this main storage, honestly, so that we can store more things. Especially rails. I might also have rails sent to their own special storage type deal. Which, there's all sorts of stuff we can actually set up for that. But yeah, so, for example, let's do this. So y'all remember that I do have the cobblestone generator down there, which, by the way, I might consider moving the cobblestone generator into the power plant building in the future. For now, it's just going to stick around there, but eventually I do want to move it into the power plant, actually, because that kind of is a set place that makes sense for it. There's also going to be several other processor things I put in the power plant. And also, we are missing something critical in this workshop. It's not critical because, technically speaking, I can do it myself, because right now the workshop is very manual. But, for example, I can take, let's do like 8, that's technically 9 stacks of stone, and then I can send them to the crusher. And that delivers a package. It also delivered another package down here because it probably had some cobblestone sticking around in the main storage. And it is set up to prioritize main storage first. Because, like, this is the critical thing that needs to be emptied. Because this is, like, the general bulk storage area, right? So if we've got stuff in there, then that needs to be used before we use any of the farm storage. Like, the cobblestone farm storage, or the tree farm storage, which is finally now hooked in. So we now got tree farm storage, thankfully. It is all hooked into the same stock network. So whenever I need sticks or I need wood, it's going to come from here. And of course, you know, you can tell I've also got the analog levers on those, because again, the whole idea is that, you know, main storage gets prioritized first. And then I'm actually planning on making it so that once I start making multiple vaults in this main storage, I'm actually going to make it so that vaults that are further back in the line have a slightly higher vaults that are forward in line have a slightly lower priority than vaults in the back of the line, because we want to take vaults from them first. That's the plan. And so that's why all the farms are on priority 2. And then right now the main storage is on priority 0, and when we add more vaults, the, you know, first vault in the line will be priority 1 instead. It's backwards, by the way. The priority goes 0, then 1, then 2. That's how that works. So yeah, that's how that's working. Anyways, so we ordered all of that stuff to the crusher, so now we have several stacks of gravel in here. Well, I can go ahead and take all of that stuff that we just crushed and send it to the bulk washer. And so that will send it all down here. And so now we've got 9 stacks of gravel being washed. And that's going to produce, maybe we can watch it happen in the barrel, maybe. Yep. It'll produce iron, it'll produce flint. And then that's all gonna get sent back over here. I put pulse timers on each of the, like, machine outputs, so that we send less packages overall. That's kind of how I've set up a lot of these. Especially things like, for example, the basin, where by the time it makes one package, it will ship one product out of the basin, out of the mixer. And then it'll then ship another one product. And it'll ship another one product, if it was set to always work, which is why it's on a timer, using pulse timer. These pulse timers were huge. Sunpraiser, it is Create mod after all. It is not exactly vanilla Minecraft. But I'll give you a general quick rundown. It's all machines. It's all based off of kinetic energy. You know, we're like transmitting kinetic energies through shafts, through gears, through chains, all of that. We have belts. And I'm producing all of that energy, like, over here at the steam engine. The way that this is working is that we are, like, we're generating / farming lava down here. That gets pumped up, and then the lava is used to power the blaze burners to create steam, and then produces power for us. The SU is stress units, and it's basically Create Mod's version of power. But it's not electrical power, it is, you know, rotational torque power, essentially. And so that torque power is then being used by all the machines to do various things. Crushing minerals, washing things into other things, smelting, automatic smelting with no fuel. You just blow air through lava and that smelts things. Very, very fun. And it's, you know, efficient and, you know, does things, you know, 1,000,000 times faster than a proper furnace or blast furnace. You know, that's fun. Yeah, so we, like, washed all of that gravel, and now I've got extra iron nuggets in here. Now, unfortunately, and by the way, I have a separation for this, right? You'll notice I have a sign here saying that says processing addresses only. If I want to actually take stuff out I have to come over to this guy, which I think at some point... So these are all blaze burners at the moment. You can actually use any mob as a stock ticker. However, cats I want to specifically save for things to do with the Amazon, the super mass storage and logistics system that I have the plans for doing later in the season. And as far as stock tickers for, like, workshop areas and shops and like that, I actually want those to be conductors. Unfortunately, Steam and Rails hasn't been updated, so we don't have conductors yet. But I am waiting with bated breath for conductors to finally make it in. Yeah, meow meow sound. Yep, that is the brand that me and Olivia are going to be working on. Olivia and I. Yeah, so, the reason why... So, like, this one is specifically for ordering things to the reception here, right? So I can grab all of these iron nuggets and send it here. Got this. I think I did actually have this shown up on stream, and I've since compacted it to be slightly smaller and to give more walk space here. Previously, it was way too cramped because this was all the way out here. So I was using, like, you know, rolling it across 2 item drains type deal. But now I've kind of compressed it down. And this kind of works. Yeah, so now I've got that. And I can do all this. And I've got 8 extra iron. There are a couple of problems with that. I had to get the iron out and compress it down into ingots myself. Now, there is 2 different minds about how that could be done in an automatic way. Really, theoretically, I would want to be using compactors, but if I'm going to be doing anything that involves crafting, well, that's, you know, like, for example, what if I wanted to automate gearboxes? This is a pretty complex recipe. Well, funnily enough, so this is going to be like the first project of today, and it'll probably actually end up being a bit of a time sink because I do need to get materials for it because I need to craft it from schematic. So basically, what happened was I popped into my creative testing world. I was playing around with making a compact autocrafter setup, and then I went a little extra with it, and now it is a little more than just a compact autocrafter setup to put inside of something. I was originally planning on putting this autocrafter setup, like, in the power station. The idea is that, like, all of the bulk processing things, the things that don't really need to be player accessed, are going to be in this building. And then, like, this is, like, the player accessed workshop here, basically. That's kind of the plan. However, I built something and realized that I can't just put it in a building, because it kinda is in and of itself a building. And I think you guys, if you've ever played Factorio, I think you guys are gonna get a trip out of this. Because like I said, I went a little bit extra with it. Now the question is, do I have a empty schematic somewhere? Probably actually could be in here. Aha! And then whilst I'm going through, I can sleep. Meowple? Absolutely not, no. At the best, also... Oh, hey, a feather. Take them, honestly. Is there a flint in here? Of course there's a flint in here. I've been trying to make sure I'm topped up on arrows, too. Where is my... Am I blind? Where's my quiver? Where the fuck's my quiver? Am I blind? Where the... Where... Did I lose my quiver somehow? Is the quiver equipable? Is it on your back? I doubt it. What? Wait. Oh, you can Curios the quiver? It's a belt slot? This is news to me. When did that happen? Huh. I wonder if that happened when I definitely did not die to my own sawmill. Definitely did not happen. And I think it might have, like, auto-equipped itself into that slot when I picked up my corpse. But that's definitely, that didn't happen. It didn't happen. It's fake. Fake news, as they say. I can still put arrows into it from there. Alright, that's not bad. No, I think it, like, auto-equipped, because all I did was, like, not corpse, grave. We have graves here, not corpses. I got mine mixed up with the Just Create SMP, because I'm watching that, these days, too. But, I got distracted. Hypothetically, if you died, which did not happen. Real. Just like how Promised Neverland Season 2 never happened. That's a, Mother's Basement reference. Okay. I think you guys are gonna get a kick out of this, if you've played Factorio before. Like I said, I went a little too extra with this. The idea is gonna be, I put it right next to the main workshop area. So, like, this is gonna be where the outer wall is, right? So, I want to put this... I didn't realize that the margins were this close here. If dead shit not happen. I guess it's fine here. But, it's rotated the wrong way. That's fine. Hopefully rotating it doesn't cause it to be weird. I know schematics can be very weird when rotated. That should be enough clearance. Yeah, it's a replica of the Assembling Machine 2 from Factorio. Annoyingly, Create still has this bug where schematics do not show stuff correctly. There's all sorts of stuff missing on this. Which is very unfortunate and annoying. It'll look a lot cooler when it's actually built. Right now it looks very stupid because it's, like, missing blocks. Let me also pull this forward and make sure that it's not bugging itself out. When do they fix that issue? It used to be you rotated it certain directions and it would just, like, be indecisive on which place it should be in. So it looks like it is fine now. Alright. But here's where things... Yeah, it'll look a lot better when we actually hook it into the system. Like, a lot better. But I don't want to use my local address ref sheet for that. What I want to do is grab my clipboard. This is my, like, designated material checklist clipboard. And we need 5 pages of shit. Of course. Also, some of this shit, we're gonna need to go over to Olivia's base and borrow some azurine. Yeah, it would have been nice if we had, you know... I can't see it. I put it in the schematic cannon. It would be nice if we had steam and rails, and I could do it out of Loca metal rather than the azurine blocks. Liberating materials. No, I don't want to turn the materials into liberals. What the fuck? Why would you suggest that? By the way, another thing that I am going to need to address, that tree farm needs to move. Also, we'll never know if they actually fix the create integration with Farmer's Delight. It still seems to be spitting out straw on the floor, but oh well. Where am I? Where am I? Actually, hang on. No, yeah. So the tree farm is right here, in the path of the canal that I want to build. So it's got to get moved at some point in the near future. It lagged into my inventory, sure. That is definitely a our resources kind of server, regardless. Especially like if it is a resource that we are effectively automating into infinity, then there's no real like cost to anything. Which is why, again, we've like talked about how an economy might not really work on the server. It might slightly work better if, you know, we didn't have diamonds automated through create ore excavation. Or at least possible to be automated. I don't actually remember if Fork has successfully set one up or not, off the top of my head. I should gotta go out and, like, refill my, my journey map. Several, like, updates and changes and things on the server later. I'm definitely missing a bunch of things. I have at least, like, mapped out, Shu and Iris's Shu system and Iris's base is down here. I came by over there because I needed candles, because I actually went over and redid the tavern. I kind of do want to show that off. I just don't know if I can show it off on today's stream because obviously they've got all sorts of other stuff they want to do. But, you know, Shu got started with farming bee stuff, and so she was able to provide the honeycomb I needed to make all the candles to actually set the proper atmosphere for the tavern. And let me tell you, it made a huge difference. I did not realize the light level between candles and torches were so drastically different. And, like, when I had set it up and lit it with torches just as a placeholder, I did not realize that, like, it was over bright compared to how I set it up when I had originally, like, designed the tavern in creative. And then I swapped it out with candles. I was like, holy shit, this is different. But yeah, again, I'm not sure if I have the time for it on stream because it's a bit of a walk to get there. As it stands, Olivia's base isn't that much of a walk because I can actually boat most of the way, and boating is definitely faster than walking. Especially with the terrain that's kind of surrounding the spawn. Also, haven't visited third tier yet. But yeah, all that will of course change when I finally, eventually, get around to actual transportation. Yes. And that's one of the things I need to do. So, let's get friggin' started. I need to... So I did not... I wish I had kind of, like, checked out off-stream what kind of materials I was going to need. But it looks like we're in, like, the ballpark of maybe 2 stacks at worst of azurine. The post boxes are actually surprisingly easy to craft. All trains need to be equipped with a whistle, so they're actually going to be equipped with note blocks, actually. Because, again, there's a special new design to it. Yeah, essentially, yeah. I tried to make it so that the note blocks play, like, in succession to really make it sound like a little bit monorail-y, a little bit more like modern metro type thing with a little bit of a futuristic twist. That's kind of what it's going. Megalovania as the train approaches. That would be funny. That is technically doable. I'd actually have to look into it, because I think it's actually not dependent on the spacing of the note blocks. I think it does actually just space them out naturally as it comes close, but I'm not entirely sure. Because again, it's like, in my testing, it has spaced them out. Like, trains, even when they're pulling into a station, trains are still, like, a lot faster than, you know, 2-ish blocks per second that it would suggest that it was at. I'm pretty sure, like, players will move faster than that. But that was kind of the spacing between the two note blocks. But... And, you know, it was, like, still... It was pulling into the station, but still far enough away to where it was most likely going faster than, 2 meters per second. And so, if it's true... Oops. I hit the Jade hotkey by accident. I didn't even realize there was a hotkey for that. If it's true that the spacing of the note blocks don't matter, then I could actually hide Megalovania in one of the trains. Otherwise, if it's not, then it's gonna look kind of ugly. Because as it stands, the way that I accomplished it before was already a little funky. One of them is just out in the open in the seating area. And so if I had to put more of those at the same spacing, I would not be happy with it. It does suck that, like, I can't make it go, I can't make it make the sound when it's pulling out of the station. Or when it, like, you know, starts to... When it finishes its thingamading. There's probably a way to. There is probably a way to. It would just involve more infrastructure than is necessary. It would have to be, like, infrastructure at each station. The sound would probably end up coming from the station for that to work. So, yeah, it would have to be like that. Okay, but it is time for us to continue. So, we're going to cover the Azurine later, I think, is kind of part of it. Also, I am going to need to make more mechanical crafters. I did set up exactly 9 mechanical crafters as part of me setting up the crafting setup. However, I think they might be in, like, storage somewhere. However, we are going to need to make all 27 if I want to make the build that I want to make. Should still be doable. But yeah, so, like, we've got the 9 here. And then it is 1 electron tube per 3 crafters. We need 18 more. So that'll be 6, I believe. And then probably a decent amount of brass. I don't remember the exact numbers of brass. I'll take, actually, I probably have wood on me. I have wood on me. It's probably enough wood. Right, so 3 is enough for that, so it needs to be 6. Oops. 6 crafters, so plenty. I can actually just hit this. Yes, it's brass casing is what we need. Let me grab my logistics toolbox and see how many we've got in here. We should be able to spare 6 of these. $27 mechanical crafters. I'm gonna start putting the resources into the truck because the schematic cannon is attached to the truck. Okay. Where was that? So that was that checked off. We should probably start where we need to. 1 andesite door. Let's see if we've got doors in the truck. I don't see any doors here unless I am blind, which is possible. I am definitely blind. That's a door. I believe to make an andesite door, we need an andesite casing. Where's my blue toolbox? Blue toolbox. 1 andesite casing. 1 door. That makes an andesite door. Beautiful. Alright, 5 andesite funnels. Grab you. How many andesite funnels we got in here? Oh, we got a lot, so this will work. I do that every time. At least we didn't have anything in there. Alright, that's 5 andesite funnels. 2 andesite ladders. I probably actually have at least 1 andesite ladder somewhere. Yeah, I got a andesite ladder here. Except we're gonna craft them anyways, and it's like 2 per. So, I've got andesite alloy on me, so we can just take this over to the stone cutter on the truck. It's annoying that I can't scroll wheel click these things in there anymore. It's really only the 2 andesite ladders. I feel like there were more to it. Oh, I did actually remove the ladder off the back. It's just the ladder on the front now. 2 barrels. Surprisingly, not on me right now. I have 2 limited spruce barrels, which aren't going to work for this. Unless I can turn these back into normal barrels, but I doubt it.
Has been submitted for your
That's
situational
an
awareness.
Enderpearl. It teleports you wherever you throw it. Does he actually say that full thing, and then the guy just throws it? What a fucking silly movie. My notepad is a mess. My notepad++ is a mess, I should say. My goodness. Alright. Thankfully, I'm already turned to the chat section. I'll go ahead and add an extra period on there, so not quite SIC. I'm noticing the captions aren't working. Hello? What's happened to my captions? Hello, what has happened to my captions? The captions are... Wait! I think it's back. It's back. It is working now. Cool. Alright. Nice. Great. Sorry to anybody who was watching the stream and was hard of hearing and didn't get anything. I apologize for that. I have some notifications on Twitch. Get out of here. Okay. Okay, so your line has been added to the tips thing. Cool. Let's continue on with things. Go check with barrels, and I think we are fresh out of barrels. We needed 2. I do have 4 spruce slabs and a decent amount of spruce planks, so we should be able to... Oh, fuck. I dropped it. That is kind of an annoying bug, that the distraction-free blocks the thingamading. I might try and report that to them, see if they can actually do something about that. Alright. Barrels. Check. 2 blocks of andesite alloy. We do have a decent stock of andesite alloy, finally. As it stands, I think I may end up going the... Previously, I've preferred going the gravel, flint, and lava method of generating andesite. However, why did you give me a rotten flesh? However, I do recognize the ease of use when you can just set up bulk washing soul sand for quartz. Does actually give you a ridiculous amount of quartz. Yeah, or a zombie. As supposedly the kitty killed a zombie, because that's rotten flesh. But yeah, I'm aware that the behavior that is being emulated there. Okay, 18 blocks of industrial iron. Well, go ahead and put that in there. And then 27 blocks of weathered iron. I have to remember how to actually do that. I think it's stonecutter of this. No? How do I make weathered iron again? Oh, it's stone cutting iron ingots. I have to make those separately from that. Okay. That's 19 iron I need. Suppose as a robot you forget about this from time to time. All flesh rots. Oh, God. Yeah. Oh, I gotta not click on it with the thing out, because otherwise it'll try to order things from the network. I don't want that. Alright, wait, no, it's 19 is what I need. That should get me 28. Which have iron on me, so it is mildly annoying to get around. There we go. That is more than I thought. I miscalculated. I might be bad at math, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. 14 is what I needed. That's what the half is. Calculate. Okay, 12 brass casing. That's affordable. Two brass scaffolding. I do have some brass ingots on me. Yep. 2 brass scaffolding. Easy peasy. Girl math or whatever, this is cat math. Real. Or potentially cat girl math. Let's check my logistics box. I do have 3 out of a better number of chain conveyors. But there's our chain conveyor. 5 cogwheels. And again, just think, after we get this up and running, we can have all this stuff super automated beyond our wildest dreams. And that'll be such a nice change of pace. Okay. Right. Back to here. That's our cogwheels. 2 encased fans. We probably have encased fans somewhere. By the way, if you're wondering why this autocraft has encased fans, it's decorative. It's decorative because we were mimicking the look of the assembling machine from Factorio, and it's got these little exhaust fans on the top, and I used some encased fans to replicate that. Oops. All right, and then 6 fluid pipes, which are going to be in my plumber toolbox. Let's get that out. I do not have enough. I'm gonna need to make more. Do I have any, like, copper sheets hanging out in this truck? Nah. Recently, I have been trying to clean out that truck. So that it is now just, like, my moving materials. No copper sheets in here. I also do really need to organize this. Though I do also have a bunch of copper nuggets. I'm gonna order all of these to the workshop so that I can sort through all this stuff. Random golden helmet. Technically speaking, I can send it to... I have a thing to let me dispose of stuff. I'll probably be sending the stuff to disposal. I'll also put the canvas in here. Alright. Okay, cool. I do have the storage for it. Spread grid. Cool, another cool little stack of copper ingots. And a little bit of extra copper nuggets. Now, this is where we leverage the power of our workshop. I'm gonna send things to our pressers. Specifically, I'm gonna go ahead and send like 10 copper to the pressers. And then that should be everything. Cool, so now I have 10 copper sheets in here. Now watch this. This is a cool concept, and we'll get into this because there's even more to this feature. I can search something up in JEI, like pipe. Here's the fluid pipe. I can press R to get the recipe for it. And then, notice we get to move items here. If I hold shift and click on this, we are now ordering to craft 20 fluid pipes. It will send me 10 copper sheets and 5 copper ingots. Now, right now, it's just going to send things to the workshop thing for me to manually craft. But the thing is, that package that was dropped off there actually remembers the recipe that it's trying to craft. That's going to come in handy in a bit once we get this system built. Alright, there we go. Plenty of extra pipes. Route it however you like to, potentially. Yup. And that is absolutely what we're going to be doing with it in the near future. How many did I need again? 6 fluid pipes. And again, these fluid pipes are also entirely cosmetic. Alright, that's fluid pipes. 2 industrial iron encased chain drives. Now, the fun thing is actually, I can actually just produce this by laying these out and then re-encasing them with industrial iron and stuffing that in there. That's the easy way of doing that. Same with the gearboxes. Let's get... I have 11 gearboxes. I need 3. 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom, boom. Pick. 3 industrial iron gearboxes. Return that to my toolbox. 5 large cogwheels. That's actually not the limit of large cogwheels I need. Unless it is. Because here's the thing. They're not all large. They're not all normal large spruce cogwheels. You know, spoiler alert. In fact, that is a suspicious number. They're not featured anywhere else. Here's the thing. They need to be acacia cogwheels. And I think the schematic hasn't gotten the memo on that, unfortunately. But we'll have to say. As it stands, it's also entirely possible that it's bugged out some of these options. Like, there are no copper casings being requested here, even though I've used copper casings in the build. But then again, I think it's mostly in encasing things. So it's possible it's not counting those. We'll have to see. We might have to fix things once it's built. It's possible 5 large cogwheels is it, and it might just apply the texture as needed. We'll just have to see. And also, I am going to go ahead and, like, craft them anew. I'll need some more wood in a sec. So there's that. And then I'm just gonna throw everything in there. I'm gonna walk over here, grab myself another stack of wood for crafting. Whilst that's shipping. Oh, I was off on what time it was. Cool. So we are going to take care of the azurine blocks later by going to Olivia's place, but we are going to need 2 levers. Now, this lever is saved for the truck, so I'm going to use it. We'll have to take a look to see if we've got levers in here. If there were levers in the truck, they would be counted into that total. So, in general, we need 2 levers. Now, I don't see any levers already made here, so we will send 2 sticks and 2 cobblestone to our workshop. So it's actually going to send some from the iron farm, or the cobblestone farm. There we go. So now we got the 2 levers. Stick those in there. Alright, 2 light gray post boxes. Now, they are actually very simple to craft. They will require a barrel per. However, just making post box is just barrel, inside alloy, and 1 dye item. So that'll be pretty simple. We can also bulk dye them if we want, but there's no real reason for that. Because it will still cost a dye to make. Fairly certain, even if I did... Yeah, even the white post box still requires a white dye for it. I don't think there's any of these that can be done without dye, unfortunately. So it will, generally speaking, require a dye. Now, we needed light gray. We've got the andesite alloy. We do need 2 barrels. Oh, I've got a bunch of random dark oak slabs. Oh, that's right, because I tore down that pillager outpost that's on the nearby river. So I'm going to reuse these. In fact, actually, I'll make one of these barrels out of this, and then the other one out of that. So there's our barrels. We have the andesite alloy. Now I just need light gray dye. I have, well, no, 1 gray dye, but not light gray dye in here. Can still grab that, though. We've got lots of dyes in main storage, actually. It'll definitely be a matter of... Probably actually do already have... We already have plenty of light gray dye in the system, too. So I will just go ahead and throw this gray dye can just go down. And we do you. 2 light gray post boxes. Easy peasy. And once again, those post boxes are actually just used for decoration. They're great decoration, honestly. And being relatively cheap, it is definitely very useful as a decoration. And if you don't link it to a train station, it doesn't do a single fucking thing. And that is pretty useful. Technically, it's a storage, but, you know, doesn't have to be. Alright, yes, there's post boxes. 2 mechanical belts. We're not super up on mechanical belts. And we're a tad low on dried kelp. Might need to go on a kelp run. I need to set up an automated kelp farm, and that might be a thing that we do as part of the greater stuff. But for now, let's go on a kelp run. And right now, that is just going to consist of us running into air. Yeah, when you're manually mining kelp, it's just like in a big open ocean like this, it is pretty fun. You just go, whee! Yeah, I got plenty of storage space. And then you get to hear item dropping ASMR, or item pickup ASMR for the next minute or two as I float around picking up all of this stuff. Meant like the plant in general in real life. Oh, I guess. I've never experienced kelp in real life. It seems like a fine plant. Yeah, they don't have kelp and oxygen not included. I guess the closest would be, like, the waterweed, except that's more like cabbage, too. I mean, obviously it is cabbage because it turns into cabbage when you harvest it, but... like, in the plant form, it's kind of... I mean, huh? Ow. Can I post a link to a kelp? Where 31415. Go ahead and post a link to kelp. I love how that opened in, like, an OBS window for some reason. That's kelp! That sure looks like kelp. With, fish and it's raining. Fuck. And my character is hungry. I should actually flip, vegetable noodles on. I do hope the shoe system logs on and gets more vegetable noodles done. I do also still want to do the chicken cafe. Because plates of chicken are pretty much just as powerful as vegetable noodles. Yeah, I'll leave it in there for now. Several stacks of kelp. So I'm going to take these over to... Oh, that's right. I think recently I tried to get a bunch of dried kelp, and I accidentally put it into the wrong bulk processor. But that was back when they were, like, out here. We're going to make sure we put it into the right bulk processor. So we have the placards here to tell us what item, or what process is being performed here. So So I will do all of that. And then go ahead and sleep. Bet that normal people have wingspan by default because of using weird streams for the most part. I got you on that, yeah. And again, I am somewhat considering being more lenient on the requirements for talking, but also at the same time, the current state of our society sucks, and we have Pride Month coming up, which is going to be like a time in which they are going to be like maximum angry at gay people for existing. So that'll definitely be a high risk time to have my chat be super open like that. But who knows? I mean, as it stands, like these days I actually don't like run the LGBT, like I run the transgender tag actually, technically speaking. So that is there, but I think they generally tend to target the LGBT plus tags specifically. Whereas I just run the transgender tag, and I kind of just do that because I want to leave space for things that are not just about my identity and are more about what I'm doing on the channel. Not that my identity isn't important, but it's just, you know, I want people to be here for me / the stuff that I'm doing on these streams. And also, again, I do not have the head for politics. I don't have the head for being able to suggest good change. As it stands, I am trying to keep my head out of it and just hoping things get better, because as it stands, me going out and being an activist on myself is potentially endangering to disabled wife, and so that's like a concern for me. I will absolutely stand my ground and defend if shit hits the fan at my house, but I can't go out and make a difference right now. I'm too disabled for it. My wife's too disabled for it. Just, it's not something I can do, and so therefore it's also not something I can talk about very openly on stream. Being so bad at hate rating that you don't even know what the letters stand for to check them too. I mean, they don't even know what DEI really is. They just assume it means higher black man over white man. Okay. Back on it. Right, that's right. So we just smelted up a bunch of dried kelp. So we'll go ahead and grab 60 of those. That'll make 10 belts. I don't think we need 10 belts, but oops. I don't think we need 10 belts, but we do need some belts, and I can keep the rest in toolbox. DEI is when woman. DEI is when gay. Okay. There's our mechanical belts. 8 metal brackets. I have to remember how to make metal brackets. Cool. I hate this recipe. I remember why I hate... You know, the thing is that, like, back in, like, 0.5.1, I like the monorails that Steven Rails adds. Unfortunately, they were, you know, before Create 6. You know, obviously Create 6 is changing a lot of things, but in 0.5.1, trying to automate monorails is a fucking nightmare, because you need brackets, you need metal girders, and you need additional iron. And you need all of that in a assembly line, and you need to provide deployers with that. That's very annoying to set up. But with the advent of Create 6, it is a lot more doable, because now we have, you know, auto crafting, where a singular auto craft setup can handle the factory needs of the entire thing. You know, the single auto crafter can handle both the brackets and the girders. And that will make things a hell of a lot easier to do monorails. That being said, as Steam and Rails is still going to take a while, and I'm gonna be real, it's probably also in and of itself still waiting for the Fabric release, it's likely that we won't be seeing monorails for a while. Monorails would make more sense with the type of train that I'm building, but at the same time, it doesn't really matter. There's actually, like, I still have to make some tweaks to the train design too. Because I was considering, like, because Third Tier was talking about doing, you know, electrical lines along the train lines, I think it would be cool to set up, like, a fake quaternary system on top of the train to kind of suggest the train is electrically powered. Because that would make a lot of sense for the design that I'm setting up. And then, in that case, I think it's still pretty chronistic, the opposite of anachronistic, for that train to still be running on normal tracks. That'll make a lot of sense. And also, again, I am tired of how atrocious it was to not be able to get bridges built for all of the train tracks in the previous season. So keeping more trains on the floor, I think, would actually be nice. And then everybody just needs to watch out and not get fucking run over. Which, I mean, again, you can also just set up, like, ridges or whatever, wherever possible, for people to go over the tracks. And we'll try and keep it out of heavily populated or village-type areas. That's the general idea. Anyways, we still need to make the brackets and girders ourselves today. And like I said, this is kind of an annoying craft. We'll need a few iron nuggets. Which actually, we've got enough iron nuggets. So I think we can actually just do that. And it's all the way in the middle. That gives us our 8 metal brackets. Then we need 30 girders. Whilst I'm here, since I do have to walk over and get some sheets pressed for that, I can go ahead and put the brackets in there so they're in my backpack. Of course, they're in my backpack. There we go. So that handles the brackets. So we need to get girders done. I have to remember what the ratio is for the girder. It is 8 per. So we need 4 crafts of this, which means 12 iron sheets. Is there anything else that we're gonna need iron sheets for? Probably not. So it should just be the 12 iron sheets. Come over to you. 12 iron sheets to the pressers. We'll wait for the second cycle. There it goes. Obviously, the pressers are also on the timer cycle. Okay. And then we'll pull those out. Actually had sheets already. Could have saved on some sheets. Oh well. Probably throw the rest of the sheets back in there. Cool. I'll put the rest of the iron sheets in there. And then we throw 2 of those away because we only need 30 for schematic. Alright, metal girders. Mosaic gray concrete. That's been the flooring that I'm using for all of my buildings. Just I need a different type of flooring for this because it is going to be a recessed floor. So we'll have to figure that out. Do I have any... So I don't have any mosaic gray concrete, but I do have gray concrete. I'm going to grab a stack of that. find my chisel. I'm so glad that we have chisels to do chipped blocks now. Mosaic. Yeah, so we need less than a stack, but we're gonna throw full stack in there for now. Actually, I do want to have some left over. Right. 2 frog ports. So I did actually still need the Frogistics box out. 2 frog ports. I do believe we need a packager and a repackager. Thankfully, we've got a decent supply of that in our backpack, or in our toolbox. I agree. They're the best parts of owning a cat in Minecraft. Yeah, so to get a repackager, all I do is just put a packager in a crafting grid and it becomes a repackager. Quick recap on how a repackager works. So, the thing is, we talked about it earlier, where the boxes are now going to remember the recipe that they want to make. However, we do have farms down there and storage down here. So if we have a material that comes from a farm and material that comes from storage, that's gonna end up being 2 boxes. And we actually need 1 box to go into the mechanical crafter, is how things are going to work. In fact, actually, I'm gonna check that checklist again. We need 4 packagers. I miscounted. There we go. We need that. I'm gonna need to make a few more packagers. And yeah, there's a reason why we have 4 packagers while only having 2 frog ports, and part of that is because this is a multiplex system. The assembling machine 2 has 3 auto crafters in it. And so each of those is going to need its own packager. And when you have a packager going straight into an auto crafter, and the package has a recipe to it, it will tell the auto crafter to immediately make that recipe. It doesn't have to have all the slots full, which is super cool. Kind of wish I had Olivia over so I could show her this in progress. But yeah, so 4 packagers, a repackager, and the frog port. Boop, boop, boop. Packager, frog port. The azurine we'll have to take care of later. Repackagers, 19 shafts, 1 spruce sign, which is probably for the outgoing address. And finally, the shafts. For now, I'm just gonna do this. I miscounted. It's fine. There's 19 shafts is what it said? Sure is. Alright, and I'm gonna put the rest in the toolbox. I'm gonna put the rest of the mosaic gray concrete in our storage. I missed the weathered iron, actually. Hang on. I'm gonna need to rerun this through here. I forgot to put the weathered iron in there. Yep, I forgot to put the weathered iron in there. So let's get that in there. 27. Yeah, I don't know what I thought the number was for shafts. I'm normally very good at math, I swear. I have to be good at math for my job. For sure, I have to be good at math for my job. Unfortunately, I just fucked it up. Sometimes I fuck up. That's it. That's all it is. Alright. So now we need to take a minor pilgrimage over to Olivia's base to pick up... It might not be specifically Olivia's base. We might need to sort through things. I don't know exactly where her Azurine farm is. You use all the math job. Maybe. Yep, we fresh out of math. We fresh out of math, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. Boat. He is here. Excuse me. So, Olivia's base is over here. Comma, however, I need to identify her Azurine farm specifically. And I'm gonna cheat. There's Viridium here. I'm gonna assume that's a Viridium farm. So it's gotta be one of these. There is Azurine here. My map has marked it out, doesn't have the thing there, but that's probably because my map hasn't been updated. It's possible that that'll update when we get there. So, we want to take the northern river path. That'll be the fastest route to that. Alright. Oh, where's Doohoo at again? Maybe I take a quick pit stop to also show, or get to Doohoo, see what Doohoo's up to, and maybe also show off the tavern again. That's not a bad idea. Alright. Let's do that. Actually, I am gonna throw this out there. General area. Doohoo, any supplies you want me to drop off for you? I'm on my way to the general area. Make sure I'm on my way to general area in the correct direction. We actually have to cut through here. Cut through this land bridge at Fork's base. I'm not even sure if Doohoo's been, like, reading chat. I said hi to him earlier. He hasn't said anything. Once again, he's moving around. Doohoo has just chosen to ignore us. Doohoo hates us. Guilty of often being in GEI hell when people are chatting and missing it, or he hates you. One of the two. I mean, being in GEI hell all 3 times I have chatted in chat today seems unlikely. Again, I checked right after I said that, and he was definitely moving around. You can't be in JEI hell when you're moving around. I think it seems unlikely, but I managed to do it. Yeah, he doesn't even say hi to me when I join the server. Doesn't respond when I say I'm on my way out. Feel insulted. Yeah, I think this was the Azurine one. So we're gonna come on land here. Playing Greg Tech. Yeah, oh yeah, no. Fucking of course Greg Tech is giving you JEI hell. Of course. Why wouldn't it be? Significantly more thinking while in said hell. Real. Totally real. I think I should make some sort of nicer looking shell for these, honestly. She has, that's a storage system if I've ever seen one. Apparently, she's just been manually moving it into these double chests. At some point, I might just, like, come over and help improve those a bit. That's, mildly criminal, honestly. Not even, like, a drawer or whatever. Real. No, yeah. He won't be able to ignore me when I'm up in his face and crying to him about how much he hates me. Looks like they're not fully, like, getting deleted, though, is the issue. But I think they are just, like, despawning, honestly. They are in a chunk-loaded chunk, so they will despawn at a decent clip. Oh, dude, who's deep underground? Amy. I am not... It will also explain why Doohoo has not slept. The thing is, they wouldn't be sitting there like that then, is the issue. Because they're not actually getting deleted while spinning on fire. Yeah, I'm not seeing a name tag. I'll come up here. I'll stalk around his base. He's gotta come up for air at some point. He's gotta come back at some point. Is this like a treehouse he's been working on? Perhaps. Yeah, I mean, as it stands, that's kind of what Frog did in Season 1. He had a pretty awesome, underground workshop type deal, because he found, like, a gigantic, just enormous cave. And he kind of just, like, retrofitted a lot of it to be, his workshop. The triple door is a little cursed. This looks suspiciously like Frog's doing, honestly. Triple door. Yeah. Now I see a name tag. Hello there. Hello. Dude has audio turned off. Dude's gone AFK. Supposedly, just as I got here. This looks to be the actual base that he's been setting up, though. That's a lot of wheat. Why doesn't he just auto-farm it? We have the technology. And maybe he's pretending to be AFK so that I leave. There's just torches everywhere. Huh. Oh. He seems to be back. Hello. Hello there. Hang on, do the arms change, like, speed depending on, like, how fast you're typing? That's interesting. I never noticed that. Yeah, it does that. Oh my gosh, he never even said it. Why is it not even set up? Why is he doing first time setup? Why is he doing first time setup? He was definitely talking before. He talked at the first session. He was in the big group chat. Why were you doing first time setup? Hello. Can you hear me? I see the icon's no longer there. Did you have it on push to talk? Oh, I heard something there. Whoa, that's loud. What? I already have you at minus 33. Put this at minus 65. There we go. There is a noise suppression option, by the way, in the voice chat settings. It could actually be good if you turn it on.
Is that better?
A little bit, yeah. There's less background buzzing, but it does still like come through in your voice. But it is still definitely an improvement.
Oh yeah, hopefully it's a little better with my window ACR.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is your base then. I was trying to talk to you in chat earlier, and then you never responded. You hate me or something.
Yeah, I've been in and out AFK today.
I looked, like, I said something in chat, looked at the map immediately after, and saw you moving around on the map. And I was like, he's just ignoring me. What the frick?
Oh, I'm just brain dead then, yeah, in that case.
Yeah. I was trying to ask you about this the other day. We actually have emotes in chat now too. I was trying to ask you if you wanted yours imported in, but we've got emotes in chat now.
Oh, that's super cute. I like that.
I can just like, it's actually best to pull them from Twitch because they do kind of need to be downloaded on demand anyways. It is like URL based. I can't just upload the image.
Oh, I see.
So, if you have stuff on Twitch that you want put onto the server, do let me know.
Yeah, cool. I'll give it some thought. Thank you.
I'm putting everybody's on. But yeah, I was gonna say, that's a lot of wheat. Number one.
Certainly is.
Number two, you haven't considered like some auto farmer stuff? Use some harvesters on mechanical bearings, you know?
Yeah, I'm still trying to work out the mechanical stuff.
Gotcha. If you want me to give you like a crash course at some point, I could totally help you do that.
Oh, okay, yeah, that'd be good.
You were here for season 1, and you did start out with stuff, but it's possible I didn't get like enough out to you.
Yeah, I think I got a like iron farm.
Yeah, I
thing,
remember you had an
think.
iron farm.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was as far as I got.
Scuffed,
been exploring
and
and
you left it alone for so long that it was just dropping items on the ground, but it was an iron farm.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. As it stands, I would love to kind of help you out with another crash course in create stuff, but I am actually like mildly busy today. Copycats
no
Plus
worries.
came out on 1.21 finally, which means that I can officially get the new trains built, and
Ooh, trains.
like I've actually been kind of lagging behind myself, surprisingly. At least compared to like Fork and Olivia. I need to get my stuff automated soon, and I need to get rails produced automatically, because that's going to be the big thing. Is transportation. That's my big thing this season, obviously.
Nice.
Transportation and logistics. But yeah.
You don't happen to need deep slate or copper for that, do you?
I am technically in need of deep slate, not like extremely direly right now, but as it stands, I have been planning on setting up a mining drill to go down there. I've just dragged my feet on that because I've had other things I'm working on. I could actually... How much deep slate do you have?
Like half a double chest.
That's not bad. I could definitely take, like, about 18 stacks. That is basically 2/3 of what you have. We could stuff it into,
Yeah, that's
my
cool.
storage
I've got nothing to
system.
do with it.
Yeah. It is good building material, and it is planned in several parts of my eventual build palettes.
There's 2,338 in the chest I'm looking at. You
Got
feel
it, okay.
free.
Gotcha. Take this. Just gonna stuff into my backpack for now. You've also got tough. Ooh.
Oh
I
yeah,
kinda
this is
do
just a
also want
box full
tough.
of just random stuff I'm storing. I don't know what to do with. So if you can make use of it, I'm delighted.
I don't want to fully trade you of tough, but I would like that tough.
Take it all, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's great building material. Let me tell you. Like, you have to like turn it into other blocks, right? But it is great building material. There are a lot of cool blocks that can be made from tough blocks, I will say.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it is a valuable resource. We don't exactly have renewable production of tough in this pack, so it is a very valuable resource, actually. But as it stands,
Cool.
there is
I shall
definitely
mine some more then if it's a need.
there is definitely a lot of projects. There are not that many projects this season that I'm going to need a lot of tough for, but it is still very useful for a lot of different kind of building types.
Oh, good, cool.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And if you want, I didn't bring a whole lot with me because you didn't say anything when I asked if you want anything.
True.
As it stands, it looks like your gear's all enchanted. I'm not sure if I could, like... I have 64 blocks of experience in my backpack for some reason. I think that was just from, like,
Oh, wow.
recently I crushed a bunch of ores, and that's what I have that for. I do also have some brass
Oh,
brass
interesting.
on me. I'd imagine you haven't gotten into the nether part of the progression yet.
No, not yet, yeah.
And if you wanted to skip that, I could hand you some brass. I do also still need to hand you, like, blaze burners, but I don't have those on me right now.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm slowly making progress. So that's fine. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So if you had like some stuff that you wanted to use brass for, I can give you like half a stack.
Is there a better way to get XP other than war crimes with cows?
Lots of ways. As it stands, we're actually getting a lot of XP from the various ore processing machines that have been set up around the place.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, if you do need XP, like here's a bunch.
Thank you very much. Okay.
You're welcome. Actually, you can just have the whole stack because I'll probably, if I do need more blocks of XP, I'm probably just gonna steal some from one of Fork's farms.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
Yeah. I mean, you came
I've
over
never really
with
done
several
enchanting
stacks
before,
of tough,
so.
Yeah.
No worries. Yeah.
Yes.
Keep my eye out when I'm exploring the depths again.
Foricon does actually have mending books on production as well. Actually, I'm not sure if he has it on auto production, but he does have like a way to replicate them. So.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah. Hey, no, chat, you are wrong. I did not steal those blocks of XP. Those were actually mine, because that's the XP that I got from the big mining expedition that I did a while ago. And then I threw all of the resources into Olivia's Krungler. She has one, just ore processor. And I got that much XP out of it, surprisingly. It was a lot of XP. Partially because it was a very, very long mining expedition. Because I really needed redstone. You know, the first 4 weeks of this server, people have been very light on redstone. We should be...
You don't still need it, do you?
Kind of. But we need it, like, properly automated, for sure. That is a decent amount of redstone. I'm not, like, dying for it right now. Oh. It's still throwing to you somehow. There we go. Thank you.
Yeah, I just enjoy the exploring and the digging, so I got a bit addicted to that, and yeah, I have no use for it. So yeah, if you do, please, yeah.
I mean,
enjoy.
you will. If you do want to get into create stuff, you will have a use for it. Trust me. There is a common crafting resource with a lot of the, mid to high tier create items. That is the electron tube, and each electron tube is 8 redstone. So,
okay.
Yeah, you do. I am actually going to throw, like, one of these stacks back to you, because, again, if you do want to get into it, having a good resource of redstone is good.
Cool, okay. I'm just happy to be helpful.
Yeah. Yeah. But I would also like to be helpful to you, is the thing. So, yeah. As it stands,
Yeah, XP will help with my experiments in enchanting, so yeah, thank you.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, as I was saying, at some point, I do want to try and go through a full re-tutorial with you to bring you back up to speed on create.
Yeah, thank you, that'd be kind.
Mm-hmm. But it'll be probably not today, because I do want to focus on getting the stuff. As it stands, part of my trip here was to specifically hit up the... Olivia has set up an azurine miner a little bit southeast of here. And so I had to hit that up because I'm about to make something that's requiring a bit of azurine.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, I did find some green stuff. I didn't know what that was for.
Viridium? Yeah. So the, Viridium, Azurine, Crimsite, those blocks, they are useful for building materials because they can be transformed into a bunch of other blocks.
Okay.
They can also be crushed into various ores. The Crimsite can be crushed into iron ore, which when crushed again and washed can actually give iron and redstone. The Viridium, I believe, is copper. I think. I could actually just look it up. You can look it up.
That would
You
make
know how to
sense.
use JEI, right?
I think so.
If you look up in JEI Azurine, and then you right-click on the Azurine block, it will show all of the uses of it. And then you'll notice when we crush it, it turns into crushed raw zinc. That's what I had feeling. So that is a source of zinc.
Yep.
Yeah. And the crushed raw zinc, I believe, when you wash it, it gives gunpowder. Yes, as a secondary resource. A byproduct is the phrase. Also, why did I get a Discord notification? Why is my Discord not on streamer mode? That's weird. My streamer mode did not automatically turn on. That's weird.
I had that happen yesterday, so I wonder if there's a bug or something.
I think so, because you know what else has happened? It thinks OBS Studio's a game. It wants me to stream OBS Studio for some reason.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. That might be related. That is kind of annoying. Because the setting is still there to automatically turn on streamer mode when OBS is open. It's just not doing anything, apparently.
Yeah, that's frustrating.
Okay, yeah, I'll be...
I just assumed it was a skill issue for me, but yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you for coming to visit my humble abode.
Of course. And thank you very much for the resources. It's definitely come in handy.
anytime.
Okay. That was a fun little adventure. Much as I do kind of complain about not having enough time and needing to do other things, it is still always a fun little side trip to go visit people, drop in, see what they're up to, update their stuff, update my maps. Now, I'm actually going to go over to Spawn to show off the tavern once again. Again, it is a ridiculous amount of difference the lighting change made. I did not realize the lighting difference between torches and candles were that great. I actually thought that candles would be, like, brighter than torches, but it turns out I am completely incorrect. It is the other way around. A little espionage. Oh, there's a little bit of copper here. That's right, I did finally get the tool swapper upgrade on my backpack. I have dragged my feet on it, but I have finally gotten the tool swapper upgrade, so I do get to do that. Yeah, so there is the tavern. As I built it within the first couple of weeks. However, again, I didn't have access to candles because I was not doing these. But if we actually go inside now, look at this fucking atmosphere. Let me turn off waypoints real quick. Disable group. There we go. Look at this fucking atmosphere. Now that we have the candles going instead. We also have, adjusted the Adventurers Guild area here, so now we have some actual functionality going on. Nobody has done anything with the quests yet. I will probably start talking about it, but also, again, things will be interesting once we start doing trial chambers and end raiding. I'll definitely start coming over and bringing some more stuff. can also start kind of advertising to people. If people are doing adventuring and they find any of those taverns with their own maps to them, they can bring them to the Adventurers Guild, and we can dispatch brave heroes to go and storm these extra structures. That is the plan. But man, the candles made a huge difference in the lighting and ambiance of the place. Check that out. By the way, the schematic lied to me. The schematic told me I had only used 48 candles, and I took 48 candles over here and ran out of candles like a third of the way through, 2/5 of the way through. So I had to make more candles. I think it was not properly counting how many of these candles were on each of these, which also means that there might be a bug where it's using less candles than it should be. Might need to report that to Create. But it could be a combat thing. With the torches swapped out for the candles, it is looking so much cooler. I do still need to come down there, and at some point, I need to do a couple of table covers on these, so that I can place, like, drinks on top of them, and bowls, to make it look, you know, more lived in, like people are actually getting drinks here. Anyways. So yeah, that's it. And yeah, I really wish we did have the config option to get rid of these on land, because I think these vents make more sense in the ocean. It seems like they are very common on land. Ridiculously common, because there's 2 Viridian vents right next to each other. The Viridium vents right next to each other. Which is a little goofy. Anyways, I think this should be... Never mind. I was misreading that. I mean, it's somewhat of a shortcut. I can at least boat down here to get through here. But that is not nearly actually out where we need it to be. So we'll have to stop and start out of our boat again. Yeah, we gotta get home. We've got our Azurine, and we've also got some bonus materials. Hopefully we have enough storage, and I don't need to go get myself another vault. I probably will want another vault very soon after we start getting everything automated. And then I think if I do actually get rails automated, I might have those go into their own storage. Which is probably easy because, again, rails are they're a sequenced assembly, meaning I have to set up specialized machines for it anyways. So that makes, that means that on that sequenced assembly machine's output, I can change the address to be specifically rail storage. Alright. Cat base is actually on a default waypoint, so I do always see it. We will go ahead and cut through Fork's base once more. Okay. back on to C. Go this way to go to cat base. Once again, I do actually still need to work on fishing. As it stands, I think the plan actually is, I don't think I'm going to use the canal for fishing. I think it makes more sense for us to set up fishing on, like, the ocean side of the base, and leave the canal as being more like a shipping route, quote-unquote, but, like, fictionally, because it's not actually going to be the shipping route, because we're going to be using trains for it. Like, land trains, not boats. Like, I know that you can make boats using trains, but that's not what we're going for this season. This season, I want the trains to be available all over the place. As it stands, I do need to... So, actually, somebody said they wanted to make freight trains. Obviously, I was talking about how, like, we're going to have transit trains, which is going to be using the new, cool bullet train design. Pseudo, half futuristic, half modern design. But then, for shipping goods and services, that will be done with its own set of trains that may or may not run on the same lines as the transit systems, but will still be, like, part of the whole setup. We can link in transit networks into the greater rail system that could be used for logistics. Anyways, do actually have the copper ore, so we can do our own crungling. We can do our own crungling real quick. We come over to our crungler here. We send the copper ore in there, so that'll get crushed by one of these, and then it'll distribute the resources. Let me get a sleep. There we go. Okay. By the way, I still don't have a super convenient spot to refuel my thing at. I should really try and get something like that. And I can siphon off of here. Except for that's the fan circuit, which means it's on like 4 RPM. I have nothing open over there. There's probably a machine that I can steal speed off of. Or even... hang on. It would also just be good to have a dedicated spot for this. Would be better. That would be way preferable. Thank you very much. I do also need to get it enchanted. I need capacity on that motherfucker. I'm also out of water, so I might take a quick break to get water going. And then once we come back, we will get that assembler built. And then we gotta start doing some automation stuff. So I will take a quick break. It has been 2 hours, so we take a BRB. Everybody take a stretch break, go to the bathroom, and get ready for some awesome stuff happening. So we're gonna go on standby. I might as well also probably take a pee break. So we'll go. Boom. I return. My back actually. Hang on a sec. Stretch a little. I should have stretched whilst I was up. Do a little bit of stretching here. Okay. It's finally time. Let's get this finished. Material checklist. Layered azurine, 28. Let's get this in here. 28 layered azurine. Check. I need to put it into the thing. 26 polished cut azurine slabs. 26, that's 13. Polished cut azurine slabs. Two polished cut azurine stairs. $18 polished cut azurine wall. Polished cut. 2 small azurine brick stairs. Small azurine brick stairs. 20 small azurine brick wall. So I was right, it's going to be a little over 1 stack. Small azurine brick wall. So that's the stairs, the 2 walls. I think we're ready. We are going to hope that nothing explodes. So we double check. Shouldn't need to worry about replacing blocks. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. We're gonna fire. Actually, well, no, it's got gunpowder in the vault, so we should be good. Fire. So hopefully this is gonna look a hell of a lot better once we actually have it built and hooked into the system. And also I'm going to hope that it's not broken. These brass and case cogwheels are correct. Okay, it looks like it is automatically connecting the crafters, so hopefully we won't need to connect them ourselves, but there's a good chance we might need to, actually. That's not looking very connected. Yes, there's a little crawl space here. Yeah, I'm gonna need to come into the back here and reconnect these. These need to be connected for the automation to work. Okay, so we've got a shaft here that wasn't showing up earlier because weirdness. We got this door. Annoyingly, I can't actually get to that ladder. In fact, I probably am gonna need, like, some stairs here. I think the thing has officially finished, but I need to get up there. What do we make the stairs out of? It'd be nice once I can get some more of the decorative mods in here. Probably go with the stone brick stairs for now, which means I need... I should be able to do this with base stone. If I can't stone cutter it, I could probably chisel it. Banging. Cool. There's the stairs. We needed those stairs. So I can actually reach up here. Oh, and looks like things might be as we intended. Yep, check that out. They're acacia large cogwheels. Not just large cogwheels, acacia large cogwheels. I thought it would be requesting acacia cogwheels, but apparently it didn't. Possibly because of the fact that it's also copper encased. And yeah, so now, I mean, we still need to do something, right? First of all, I need to come over here and say I missed the ladder by a mile. I don't know what I thought I was doing. But, let's get this bad boy hooked up. It is just in range for this. However, I do want to put the thing connecting it kind of in line with it. Out of curiosity, I got any girders around here? I do have some girders. I'll grab those. I do want more girders in total, but this is a good start. I'm going to go ahead and put the material checklist in my backpack now. Don't need it. I am going to need to get this stuff dropped off into storage at some point in the near future, though. I'm going to pick up all my toolboxes. Even though I mostly need the Frogistics toolbox for this. So I need to build up 5 blocks right about here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I made a minor miscalculation with my toolbox. I'm gonna need more chain conveyors. I should be able to connect this chain conveyor over there, is the thing. Alright, and then I'm going to carefully... Surely I can just clutch this. Haha! I clutched it. Cool. Okay. Now, I am actually gonna need to keep this out. I need chains. How many chains I got in here? It should be good, but I definitely need to get this stuff up and running so that I'll have more resources. So connect this one, and then connect you to here. And that looks to be running the right way. Now, if we come up top, these gears are spinning, just like they do on the model in Factorio. To indicate that it is working. I couldn't get this like weird crane thing to move. I wanted it to move, but there's just like... There's not quite enough space to make something that would make it move in a way that kind of made sense. Other than, like, just having it spin at 256 RPM. That would not look correct. So it is kind of just static. I wish I could set something up for it, but, like, it would require another rotation speed controller in there, and all sorts of other goofy things to make it look believable. Anyways, come over here. So now, I do still need to go in there and fix it, though. And also, I do need to fix these, because unfortunately, the schematic cannon did not... Hello? What? Hello? What is going on here? That's weird. Why are they bugged? Let's pick these up. They need to be together in one inventory. What happened? Huh? Excuse me? What? Huh? Water. What happened to the water? Huh? Wait. Why are you not taking the water? Excuse me? Perdóname? You... Huh? What? Huh? What is going on here? Am I going insane? Oh, well, now it's not filling the middle. You know what? I'm just gonna do that. And that works. It was working fine, and then it just randomly stopped. That is bizarre. That is very bizarre. Anyways, let me take a look at the thing here. We've got plenty of SU left. Which thing exactly? The steam engine or the assembling machine that I had made? I modeled this off of the Factorio assembling machine. I mean, you are still on the server. You can also just talk in the in-game chat, and I will understand that you are watching me on stream. That's what Olivia does, and Fork as well. All right. Oh, come on. How are you like this? There we go. Yeah, we have to rebuild this because apparently the schematic did not work. I don't know why. We'll have to investigate. Actually, we can't do that. Why did these auto-merge? I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose my mind. What do you fucking mean? Hey, guys. I'm going to restart the server. This is unfucking fathomable. Why is it doing that? Hold on, so we connect here and here. What happens if I come in here and it's still just ignoring it? I think they fucked something up with like the update suppression of the schematic cannon. In fact, actually, yeah, all of these girders are wrong too. What the fuck? Oh, for fuck's sake, this fucking update should have been in the fucking oven for another 2 fucking months. Like easily 3 more months. It should have been in development. 6, honestly, even. Like, this is ridiculous. This is actually fucking ridiculous. I'm sick of this. Why did it do this? Why is it doing that? Hey, Leon. Guys. Gonna restart the server to try and troubleshoot the issue. I'm gonna be so fucking upset if I need to move this, because it's just permanently bugged in that location. I'm gonna be so pissed, because I recently saw a weird issue similar to that, but with a different block from a different mod that's not currently in here. I'm upset. I'm upset. Why is this a thing? Why is this a thing? I'm gonna take a look at the chat. Why does it say I'm still there? What do you mean player Katon connected? I closed the video game. Huh? What do you mean I'm connected? Kick. I'm gonna scream. Why am I still in the server? Why does it say Katon disconnected, player Katon connected? And now I can't kick myself either. What is going on here? Let me look at the console. No player was found. But it says that the player is on the server. I can refresh this page, it still says I'm on this. What the fuck is wrong? Hang on, restarting. I'm restarting the server. I'm just gonna force stop it. The other players left at least. I'm gonna be very upset if it's just that spot is permanently bugged for mechanical crafters. I will be very upset. Why would this happen? In what fucking universe? Okay. Why does it take 9 years to start up? Is my internet fine? I'm not currently seeing it here. Internet looks fine, at least in terms of streaming. That takes so long. What is going on here? Alright. Please tell me this is not just permanently bugged. Please tell me this isn't just permanently bugged. Oh, thank gosh. Oh, thank goddess. Thank fucking goddess. You guys don't understand. I want this shit to just fucking work. I want this shit to just fucking work. I'm putting it on the wrong side. Once again. Actually, I wonder if that was a client-side bug. I almost wonder if I just relogged, would that have fixed it? I'm actually curious about that now, but I don't have the time for it. So, because these didn't connect, I am gonna need to, like, tear up this backside. Chain drive to my Christian network, and I lost it. Uh-oh. Anyways. I'm not sure if I'm gonna fully remember how this was set up, but I'm gonna try at least. Alright. Doop, doop. Down here to connect these in. Technically speaking, I can also just put them down and then just rotate them afterwards. Like, I can do this and then just go rotate them down. I just particularly want to do that. Alright. And unfortunately, I am going to need to, like, remove these stairs to get into the back here. To connect all these up again. And I believe it was like this. The vertical gearbox goes here. And then these went in like that. And then we had metal brackets on these sides. And I don't remember what was here. Was it actually just, I think it was just industrial iron blocks, I want to say. Yeah, that looks correct. I think that's how the back looked. I mean, I honestly did kind of expect there to be something fucked up with placing the camera crafters from the thing. I just was not ready for having to restart the entire fucking server. I was not ready for that. Yeah, it's actually faster to do that. Okay. Awesome. Now, we have one more thing to fix. There is still an issue, which is an understandable issue, because boy howdy is it probably very complicated to do this kind of thing from schematic cannon. Frog ports do not keep what they are targeting when they are schematic cannoned. In fact, actually, neither of these even have their addresses. So that's fun. By the way, I think I set this up backwards. I sure set this up backwards. It is a right to left system rather than left to right. I don't know what I was thinking there. I can't believe I fucked that up. That was a simple thing to not fuck up. So that means that the input is here. It's annoying because from the frame rate, it looks like the chains are going backwards. This should be incoming. Your name is Kbity Auto Crafter. Cool. And then, on our output, we put you down. You are a send only. You can put goggles on frog ports. And I use that to denote send only frog ports. I definitely stole that from somebody else who's on the Just Create server, but it's a convenient thing, and it makes sense, honestly. Okay. So, in theory, this is now ready to go. In theory. Okay. So, oh, I went the wrong way. Oh well. I'll just drop off here. Oh, you know what I forgot? Hang on. I need to put that address on my local address ref sheet so that I can access that. There we go. I think it's kind of impossible to actually grab a ladder on my way down from a chain. Like, I've tried for some reason, it just does not let me. At least when it's not, like, directly on the same, like, horizontal position as the chain. You. You come to you, click on you. That adds the address of this frog to this clipboard. So I'm using this clipboard to store addresses. When you have a clipboard that has a bunch of addresses like these, it'll show up in autocomplete systems. Oh, we have like 2 pages of this now. So now if I go to things that require an address and I start typing something in, it'll actually give me everything that's in this clipboard, as long as it's in my inventory. And there's a Miwo from Willow. Or the account Willow, that's Leanne, is who is here. I'm here. Same group protocol. I mean, you're obviously here in the server too, so there's that. But, so, I think that is it. By the way, you can also specifically enter in an address if you start the line with a pound sign. Then anything you type after that becomes a shipping address. But as it stands, we don't need that particularly. I went the wrong way. I need to go here. So now, when I come over to you, let's say, so now, it's probably going to be all the way at the bottom, AutoCrafter. It's unfortunate that it's all the way at the bottom, but we can deal. Now, what do we want to craft? What do we want to craft to test this out? What do we want to craft to test this out? You know, we've got... Hang on, let me actually grab my toolboxes. Let me actually, like, grab this. We're not super low on gearboxes. As it stands... You know we don't have here? We don't have a whole lot of andesite casings. Now, the andesite casing is not going to be done through the crafter. What I specifically have to do is we're going to need to take a stack of spruce logs, send it to Koth Sawmill. Good luck holding the capture point. Try not to get pushed into the saws by the Force of Nature Scouts. Yeah, the sawmill is also on a timer, so it will send out packages every 6 or so seconds. 6 has been like the standard timer that I put on these. Some of them I've put like 10, like the bulk processors, I believe it's on 10, because the bulk processors are inherently a little bit slower because it is doing a stack at a time. But it is still set up to wait it out in case I'm using multiple processors at a time, so that it sends less packages. Okay. So now we have a stack of stripped logs. Let's send to casing maker. If I look up andesite casing, and we can actually use these. So I'm going to hold shift. That did not work. Why did that not work? Why is that? Oh, because I was holding shift. What if I did that? Okay, neither of those recipes work. Unfortunate. That's fine. Stack, send casing maker. That should resolve fine. So this will start making our casings. Alright. You know, we can test. So, target our auto-crafter, right? And then... I want iron nuggets. So we're ordering 9 iron nuggets. We are sending 1 iron ingot. We are sending this to the auto-crafter. Because this has a recipe here, it will craft it automatically. Let's see if we can catch it in action. See if it works. Come on. Okay. I had to just reflip it, I guess. They're all suppressed. That's kind of annoying, but we fixed it, and it worked. That sent 9 iron nuggets here. I kind of needed more than that, though, so we crafted 64 casings, right? Where are our 64 casings? Yeah. Where did the casings go? Wait a minute. Motherfucker! This pulse timer is being stopped by this lever. Shit. That's fine. Fuck, if we put the lever up there, that's gonna stop the belt funnel. We can put it here. That should work fine. This is for the precision mechanism. Oh, you know, this is for the precision mechanism thing. I should put a pulse timer on this. I have a pulse timer on me. No, I think I have a pulse timer in storage, though. Pulse timer. That should be a pulse timer. That's why we didn't get our casings in. Okay. Just user error. It's fine. No more insane bugs, please and thank you. Alright. 6 seconds. That's my standard. Pulsar. I also am tempted to, instead of it being a bunch of individual timers, it would be kind of cool if they all ran on the same heartbeat. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool. I mean, it would increase the number of packages on the line, but it would still look cool, I think. If what I would have to do is they'd all have to be on redstone link frequencies. That way I could have like one transmitter redstone link, and that's behind the pulse timer, the 6-second basic heartbeat pulse timer. And then I put that redstone link on all of the packagers that I want to have synced up on that. And I could actually stick it directly on the packager rather than needing a block behind it. That'd be cool. Be a bit more compact. Alright. So now I am still gonna need more iron nuggets. So you take this. I can still scroll wheel to change the amount that I need. And I am gonna need like 3-ish stacks. Which I think is like 192-ish. So we're gonna send that to the autocrafter. Let's hope that that does not break. Did we get here in time? So, it is having to create multiple packages because it is having to create the it's got 3-ish, the 3 and change stacks to go through. But it did just finish. Oh, somebody else got to sleep. I was lacking. And also the idea is that as this mechanical crafter becomes overwhelmed with packages, the packages will skip over the line to this next mechanical crafter, where then they will this mechanical crafter will kick on, and then when this mechanical crafter becomes overwhelmed with packages, it'll skip onto this part of the line, and then this mechanical crafter will start taking the rest of them. And then beyond that, if that somehow all 3 of them are overwhelmed, they will stack up, and the back one will be kind of prioritized, but overall, it shouldn't break. Keyword shouldn't. Who knows, with the Update 6 being the way it is. But I am kind of hopeful. I am kind of hopeful that things will work well. I can go ahead and close the door now. So that's iron nuggets. Cool. What did we do all that for? Well, how about we make some encased chain drives? There we go. I can hold control to do that. I can make a stack of encased chain drives. Gonna start making those. It sounds like they're hitting all of them, though. It looks like if it is bulk ordering them from an interface, it does end up making a bunch of individual packages, which I thought that it would actually do a single package and do a single craft. Right, that might be a feature specific to a factory gauge. Yeah, it's now making encased chain drives and shipping those out. I could also heartbeat this one, but I don't want the output to be overwhelmed, actually, because then that can gum up the mechanical crafters. So it does suck that we are getting a bunch of individual packages on the line, but it is definitely better than the possibility of it getting stuck. Looks like it is done, and now we have 64 encased chain drives. Pull those out. Grab my blue toolbox over here. Plop you down. Bam! More encased chain drives. But this, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, is where things are going to go off the fucking rails. That's all good and all, but I still have to do all that manually myself by coming over to the panel. What if we didn't have to come over to the panel? So, I do have to figure out where I want to place this, because the thing is, it's gonna be massive. I want to do all of the things. And the thing is that I do think this like workshop, it's gonna have a second floor. This workshop's definitely going to have a second floor. And in fact, it's gonna be decently tall. I believe these two chain drives are on the same Y level. Yes, they are. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 blocks just for here. Which, funnily enough, this is 4, 5, 6 blocks there. And actually, I kind of do want that upper part accessible. It's not, you know, super necessary to have it accessible, but just in case some stuff goes wrong with it, I would like to have it accessible. Which means the roof is going to go over that. And, you know, thankfully we did stop by Doohoo's and get several stacks of deep slate. Granted, specifically we got several stacks of cobbled deep slate, so we are going to need... Where'd this concrete come from? Hang on a second. I might need to go over and make sure this concrete gets placed back where it belongs. Where'd you go? You were somewhere in here. Or where are you? Aha! There it is. I knew there was a hole somewhere. Alright. I don't know if Doohoo dropped back into the stream chat or not. Doohoo, do you like my assembling machine too? I do really like how it came out. Look at it, when it actually is moving, it looks very cool. It looks very much like the actual Factorio assembling machine. I wish I could get the gears to spin a little bit slower, but as it stands, again, I don't have a whole lot of space in there to chuck in like a rotational speed controller. And I definitely don't have the space for an actual gear ratio. It is getting, like, it's, you know, small cog into large cog, so this is actually only 128 RPM, which does look decent on its own. I do still wish it was a little bit lower. 64 or 32. The 32 even would look decent for it. Another thing would be, if I look closely at these... So this is 4 RPM, but the fan inside does not look like it's blowing at 4 RPM. Making these fans blow at like a very, very low speed, so it's not putting out too much particles. That would also look pretty cool, but again, that is not infrastructure I can fit into this compact package. And Doohoo is once again ignoring me. Doohoo hates me. Guys, Doohoo hates me. Okay. Where'd I get these deep slate tile stairs from? Why do I have deep slate tile stairs? Why do I have deep slate tile stairs? That's weird. I've used deep slate tile stairs somewhere in the base, I feel like. Oh, you know what? It was from the steam engine, because the steam engine was broken for some bizarre fucking reason. And then I just took out the stairs because it seemed like the stairs was causing an issue. We're just gonna throw it in storage. Speaking of storage, it is time for us to get started. I'm gonna throw the lever in there. Okay. Actually, this goes there. Not quite even inventory, but that's fine. So I need to turn this cobbled deep slate into smooth deep slate. So I need to bring it over to the blast furnace. for it to all get processed up in there. And then that's gonna send all of that to storage. Yay. Which, once again, I do think I want to get started with expanding the storage. We're probably fine for the moment. I may want to, like, put a little thing here such that if something does get to the back here, I should just have something that starts yelling at me. I think I should be able to do a pulse timer and then have a torch going into it. And when that torch goes out, the pulse timer will start beeping incessantly a note block. That would be kind of the idea, I think, for how that would work. By the way, I probably am going to need to move this chain conveyor, because I think like the front area of this will be right around here, and having the chains go through the wall doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I may end up needing to move this chain conveyor forward. Might look a little bit better, but then it has like that diagonal to connect to the output system for the bulk processors. So we'll have to see once I actually start building it. Once I start actually building up the area. Now, how do we get upstairs is going to be the big question. Specifically, where do we get upstairs? I think if I put it too far back, that's going to be very annoying. But I don't have a whole lot of room up forward. We might be able to squeeze in a staircase right here. I would like an elevator. But in theory, I could squeeze the elevator in here. I can just have it like stick out of the main building shell. And it'll still look just fine. So I could have that here with the elevator. Like the outer wall is gonna go along this line, I think. For where the outer shell of the system is. At which point, I think it would actually make sense for us to have the staircase be back here. I need to do a staircase right away so that I can have access to the upper floor first and foremost. So I think for this area, I'm just going to go ahead and throw a casing here so I can't just walk over this. So I think we might have a wall right here. I didn't mean to put that there, but let's say I did actually mean to put that there as a demonstration of where the wall's going to go. So, we will have the staircase here. Which would make a lot of sense because I do need to still keep access to the storage system down here. And again, the idea is later we will be putting in a proper elevator, so we won't have to use the staircase. And I say that I do want to do that because this staircase is going to be a spiral staircase to save space, and that is very annoying to do. But actually, more specifically, it might not be a full spiral. It may just be a staggered scaffold type of staircase. So, like, the wall's gonna be here. Oh, annoyingly, there is scaffolding up here. And that is kind of necessary to be able to access both sides of that. Singer, Procol, Sapper, Wolf, how are you doing? Delicious Monter. You know what? So... yeah. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move that scaffolding and ladder over to here. I'm going to use this chain drive as, like, the ladder point. Or I could even use this as the ladder point, honestly. Yeah. I'm doing alright. We had a little bit of a scare earlier, where I was running into a weird bug where it seemed like I was going to have to completely remove this entire building. But thankfully, we fixed it, which the server restart. Check this out. This is the assembling machine too, like from Factorio, except it's functional. It has the auto crafters in it. So it is doing basically what the assembling machine does in Factorio. And I am excited to get it really hooked up into our full automation. We already used it earlier. We tested it. It's functional. But now... oops. I hit Windows R by accident. Or Windows E by accident. It is tier 2. That's why it's blue. It's blue like K-Time. Also, the brick walls are weird. Of course they are. Man. There we go. And you just use the planks to fix it. These are fine now. I think. Should be. I can't get them to not have that there because there are blocks on the other side annoyingly. Yeah. I haven't played Factorio in a long time either. Again, it was something that I got mildly burnt out on between having to come back to it and like the general slow progression of it, as well as, you know, the developers, you know, being pieces of shit. Very unfortunate. We regret to inform you the milkshake dog is racist and all that. Anyways. So. Plan is, I take these. And then we're putting them on that side. We're putting the ladder here. Boom, 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 boom. So now this will be the way to access the upper area. Which I'm gonna want handrails here. Likely. Which there is still kind of a way to make decent looking handbars, or handrails, without Create Deco, because Create Deco still hasn't updated. Who knows when Create Deco will update. As it stands, they didn't particularly seem like great coders, and boy howdy did a lot of things change in Update 6. And they're probably dealing with a lot. But you can do copycat panels with andesite bars in them, and they look pretty decent as railings. Which we do need to get into that, but kind of in between stuff, at some point I can start like mass producing those. Hunting for achievements, but got bored and trying to produce 1 million green circuit. Yeah. Again, it's like one of those things where the progression wasn't super great at the beginning, and rushing for... Like, I like playing with biters on because I like kind of doing the tower defense-y kind of stuff. And when you have biters on, you cannot rush progression. If you rush progression, you fucking die. Because then you produce more pollution, And so that pisses off the bugs faster, and they will attack you faster, and you die because you don't have the rest of your stuff going yet. You need to, like, actually have, like, decent, like, halfway decent defenses, and be somewhat proactive about clearing out nearby biter bases before you can really start getting into mass production and, like, rushing your robots and stuff like that. Like, yes, robots are great, and not having robots feels awful. Getting robots isn't necessarily super hard, but if you rush robots too fast, you get fucking killed. So I think that was part of the reason why I was bouncing off of getting back into it. And it's like with Create, I can, like, take my time. And I don't necessarily have to be doing things as, like, a base defense kind of concept to enjoy things. There is some times in which I do kind of miss the base defense stuff, but you know what else I can do? I can boot up fucking They Are Millions. I mean, boot up They Are Millions and just get that kind of experience there, honestly. And it's decently fun. They Are Millions is decently fun. It's insanely fucking hard. I am still garbage at They Are Millions, but it's still decently fun for just, like, a like, horde defense kind of game, where you also kind of have a little bit of automation stuff and, like, management stuff, base management things. Training up your units is pretty fun. Didn't I have, like, a errant block? No, I did not. Also, I'm not done smelting up my deep slate. Check. Still no stoppage at my storage. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Also, we have an Iris. Okay. Again, unfortunately, I am just gonna have to fill this in with dirt until I can figure out what I'm actually decorating the floors here with. And I would like to set this up such that I don't have to walk next to the chain here. I'm not fond of having to walk through the chain. But the thing is, I can't build the stairs here because there's a sign here. Actually, maybe I can. Maybe I can. I just have to be careful about it. And also, that will kind of just be hiding under the stairs. Okay. As for what stairs to use, that is, of course, the challenge. As usual. So create deep slate stairs will probably make the most sense. Once again, it'll be so much easier once we get access to Copycats Plus. Create Deco would have been nice too, but unfortunately, again, they're not updating. Maybe they'll update. Maybe I will eat my words. I am actually anticipating eating my words, but I would be happy to eat my words, honestly. Another option is polished deep slate stairs. Those are decent for industrial vibes. Andesite stairs are also decent. Specifically create andesite palette stairs. And that's doable too. Diorite does almost look like specifically the create diorite does look a little bit closer to like iron. Especially with the small diorite brick stairs. I might go small diorite brick stairs, actually. I might just do that. By the way, I just craft a bunch of diorite. Unfortunately, I cannot mix it. It feels like it should be a shapeless crafting recipe. It's not. But come on. There we go. It has to be through that, I guess. Yeah, we'll craft a stack of diorite. That's fine. So that will send off to the autocrafter. And that's gonna start working and sending us plenty of diorite. I probably only need a few to start the system, so I'm just going to snag this, send to workshop. Grab that. Walk over to my stone cutter here. Should probably also put a stone cutter into my backpack. I can do that. And I want small diorite brick stairs. I think this will look decent as the like sort of metal stair kind of look. It's not bad. It's not terrible. Also, it would have been nice if I could have handrails to it, but oh well. Shift click to get these in. I'm gonna put wood as a temporary block. Actually, I should have it start going over to the right. Yeah, so starting it on this side means I can avoid having to walk into the chain. Just avoid it. It is still a little close, but not terrible. Actually, if I go up here, that's passing over my head, so that's fine. As long as I am walking over to here, where I'm gonna go with. Kind of don't want it to be andesite scaffolding. Oh, but you know what? Hang on. I could make it some panels. That one has zinc, right? Yeah. Not zinc. Not andesite alloy. Zinc. I actually don't have a... Oh, no. We've got several blocks of zinc. That's right. We've also got a copycat panel already. I'm gonna order all of that. I don't think I'm gonna need an odd number of copycat panels, though, is the issue. Copycat steps would have also been cool to do on there. In fact, I can, like, in my head, see how I could have done this with, like a combination of steps and panels where it would have looked nice. Hang on a second. Wait. Knowingly, these are now kind of wasted because I have another idea. I realize I can do something kind of cool. Actually, it's not as space efficient is the issue. The idea is to do... You're not on the right side. The idea would be this... that. And that can be a convincing staircase. We could even put... We can't put inside scaffolding in it. Never mind. Nope. I think there is a scaffolding I can put in there, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's the panels. Let me actually find out. No. Okay, I guess I'm just thinking of the andesite bars then. Yeah. It is mildly more difficult just because it is not quite on the block. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, I did not mean to shift quickly either. Fuck. There. Okay. I'm gonna use blocks of industrial iron for this, honestly. That might actually look pretty decent. In fact, what I kind of wanted to do was alternate panels and steps, and that can give it that sort of that step appearance of like metal stairs. But put you here, and I need to put you there. There we go. Alright. Getting somewhere. I need to get rid of this temp block. I should probably use a temp block I can wrench. I think actually this should be where I come over. So let me try and get this part of the thing in. So we want that temp block here. And boom. Boom. Stairs! Oh, that does like cause me to walk into that. But if I bring all of these out by one. Hey, look, they fixed the bug where yeah, see that's doable. That's fine. It's close enough. And as we often say, close enough for government work. We could also potentially move this chain conveyor over by a block. It shouldn't interfere with the system all that much. I don't know if anybody is sleeping. Oh, somebody just started sleeping. Cool. And we could leave it as default zinc steps like this. Oh, finally Iris has woken up. It was probably Iris who slept because she would have seen it. That's probably what happened there. Alright, I'm going to need more copycat steps though. So let's grab 4 more. Zinc. By the way, what do I need for the stone cutter upgrade? Upgrade base, 2 iron or redstone, and a stone cutter. That's doable. We have parts of the materials in the backpack, or in the storage. I just need a stone cutter. By the way, that's still traveling to workshop. If I put that in there, and then we go to here, we can craft it. Watch this. We send that to the auto crafter. Gets crafted up. Sends right back out. And stone cutter upgrade. Gimme that. Very cool. And now, we just do this shit from our backpack. I guess I have to click show recipes so that just block the thing. And here we go. Simple as. Hang on. Oh wait, that's right. It's I guess that's actually how that has to be done. That is mildly annoying. Actually, what I do want to do... get another copycat panel. Don't want to fall through that. I need... zinc. I need zinc. Stone cutter that. I did the wrong thing! I did the wrong thing. I did stairs. I didn't think it remembered my choice from before, and I did not pay attention to that. Okay. What I wanted to do was panels there. Okay. And then I think I actually have to come around this way. Oh, fuck off. Go. And then this step goes there. I actually needed temp block, step, temp block, step. So the thing is, I mean, we're probably only going to have the 2 stories of the workshop, I think. I may have a thing that leads off the back that is like my personal quarters. Actually, yeah, I think this is going to be like, this might be like office space. There's going to be some things, some machines up here that do need like processing. But this might just be like office space. Oh, right! This is actually also supposed to be where I'm going to be doing the automation stuff. So I think I will take this all the way up. The idea is this is where the roof of this floor is going to be. Above that is going to be a floor. So I do need to take this up a couple more blocks. So this will be like block there, block there. Block, stair. The idea is that we get rid of these and then just placement assist them over. Just like in theory, let's use these. It's not going to be industrial iron as the floors here, but that is actually probably where things are going. In fact, actually, it could be industrial iron specifically for like the outside of the stairwell would make sense. All right. And then we just placement assist these out. And then we gotta figure out how to get fucking railings there. That'll be challenging. It'd be cool if Copycats Plus came out with some kind of railing setups. That's probably actually just sufficient enough there. That should be good. I will need more zinc, though. I think I need 4 zincs worth of it. Yeah, copycat panels. Shit, click that out. Fortunately, can't get them in that spot. And by OSHA, I am definitely going to need to put handrails there, unfortunately. And I come around here. It would be nice to have the bite panels here. But, so Copycats Plus has been updated. Copycats Plus has been updated. It's just not on server because I update the server on Fridays. It slipped in on Saturday. And I usually kind of wait until Friday because not many people are on during Fridays. Oh wow, I am 1 fucking panel short. Of course, I am 1 panel short. Again, it is kind of annoying. These extend up a little too far. But again, not a whole lot I can do with that until we install Copycats Plus. It would be cool if Copycats Plus had like a angled panel. Copycats Plus needs that. I'm gonna get on their case to make that because that would actually be super useful. Yeah, let me get 1 zinc. Hopefully not spend it on the wrong type of item. Panels. We are annoyingly going to have... So we did actually end up with an odd number. Actually, it wasn't an odd number. That's an even number, actually. So that's unfortunate. All right. So now I'm gonna get together a bunch of concrete. Das concrete, baby. And we'll at least fill in the floor of the new area. And I have a funny idea for how I want to do this system. It will start small for now. Okay, but first things first. I'm actually gonna go ahead and throw the stairs in the system for now. Clean my inventory up a little bit. I will want some display board shenanigans. Just don't know exactly what I'm doing with this display boards. Store the rest as Azurine. I might need some metal girders at some point in the future. Actually, I might just go ahead and put those in storage. Some random sticks. I'll just keep in there for now. By the way, I should... Oh, what happened to you? What happened to you? This is dangerous. Hang on. This actually is dangerous for me to be doing this. Hang on. But the thing is, the switch is right there. I need to kind of circumnavigate this. Oh, because I don't have Silk Touch on that, right? I was wondering why none of those dropped anything. Oh, get out of here, sheep. This is not a good place for you. Alright, let's see if I can just, like, flip the state of the lever on and off and have that fix it. No? You're just broken. You're just broken, huh? This one also broken? That one's doing fine. How did this one break? Let me try, clearing out the blocks that are in its way. Wow, that tool changer is actually like a big deal. Go ahead and do this. Accidentally broke a thing here. Come on. Really? I do not like doing this. I'm just going to make this known. I do not like doing this. The question is, I'm actually not entirely sure what angle to be at. I do not like doing this. Hate that. Hate that. I really do not like that. You at work now? You work now. What a fucking miracle. You're still on that movement mode. Agony. How did you miss this tree? Really did. Hopefully I should be able to chop all of those. Oh, I know how I missed that tree. It's because it was, busy with those. Well, I'll have to keep track of that now. Great. That's concerning. It's very concerning. I do not want that to happen again. I do also need to make sure I can get, like, an alternate path down to my storage. now this will be fine. Not the greatest, but it'll be fine. I'd actually probably want to be level down. That way I can put some blocks up here. Like that. There. That makes this fully safe to traverse. There's supposed to be a wall back here, is the main thing. That makes that fully simple to traverse. Okay, cool. That's annoying. I'll put these spruce logs away. They'll get prioritized because they're in the main storage. Oh yeah, actually, by the way, I need to send some stuff to disposal. Anyways, garbage disposal. Go ahead and send a couple stacks of flint there. Send this bow. This golden helmet, the wheat seed. I still need to hook in the straw storage. I kinda do want to keep the cod. I have some crushed raw copper I need to go through. Can you get through that at some point? Random ice. Right. Send that to the garbage disposal, which is just this barrel back here that's set over lava. I'd imagine it looks very appropriate. Check out this redstone requester. I can just hit this button. It will send 64 flint. I'm going to set something up such that if we do start filling up on flint, I'm just going to have it automatically send flint here. What next? I need concrete. Cement desk concrete, baby. We'll take 3 stacks. Actually, it stands. This whole workshop area. It's about two chunks. That's right, 16 by 16. It was not 8 by 8. So it's actually like 4 stacks per chunk. So I'll probably need another 4 stacks. We ordered 3 stacks. I'm gonna need to order another 1, 2, 3, 4 stacks. Obviously, I, bulk crafted a crap ton of gray concrete earlier. Gay concrete, even. Hee. Gay concrete. Alright. We're going to use mosaic gray concrete. And put that in my backpack for now. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna do the full floor as the mosaic gray concrete for now. So this might be a time to break out the wand. Probably, for sure. Actually, switch to place mode. I don't know if people over there are sleeping. They are. That works then. I think it's just gonna be the full space for this thing. Maybe I end up, like, chopping some space off the bottom here. Maybe. But yeah, it should be fine. And then I actually want to come back to here. That orange is actually not intended to be shown because we're going to have a wall along there. So this is going to come all the way across. We want one more. We did decide this is where the wall's going to go there. I think previously I wanted it to be not. I wanted it to be slightly out, but this is fine. And that comes out here. Cool. Okay. I will, of course, need more panels to fall-proof this area. Technically speaking, I could also establish the proper roofing here, but I kind of like the staircase being a little bit more open, but we will need railings here. Anyways, it's launch time. Go fill mode. We'll start out with something simple. We don't exactly have access to netherite, so it won't be the fastest. But it is going to be a hell of a lot better than having to place this stuff out by hand. Oh, wow. Ran out of concrete? I miscalculated? Impossible. How could I have miscalculated? Did I actually say how much I needed? Some. Well, one stack should cover it. Keyword sh. Where's my chisel? Where's my chisel? It's taking me way too long to get started with the automation. Yeah, get this done. We got, you know, what is it again? Solid 128 stacks. God, you're still out of fucking gray concrete. Didn't we have? Oh, and I'm gonna need to start lighting this up too. Oh yeah, we do have some mosaic gray concrete in here. I am gonna need to start lighting this up though. Temporarily, I will just be doing. Oh. I can't hit that torch. Huh. That's weird that you can hide a torch in there. Hold on. Wait. Aha! Wait. No, it's fully within the hitbox of the chain conveyor. Wow. Nuts. Can I, like, very quickly bucket clutch this? Try something. Over to you. Hopefully this never breaks. Can I, like, very quickly... Nope. That's gonna break some things. That's gonna break some things. That already broke some things. Shit. You're probably on 6 seconds. Balls. That definitely also broke. Alright, that still works the way it's intended? Yeah. Okay. I freed the torch. I'm just gonna throw some torches in places. It's gonna look ugly until I get some proper lighting in here, and I have some ideas with proper lighting. But for now, I'm just gonna torch spam. Can't be arsed or anything proper just yet. Because I need rails and I need them now. Simple as. Alright. That'll hold for now. Yeah. I have like some designs for what I want to do up here. Oh, and I never grabbed the concrete out of the delivery system. Do that. And finish off this system. Cool. Now I got a whole upper floor to our workshop. What are we doing here? Quite a lot of things, actually. Where am I putting the board? That's the question. Big question of the day. Also, what am I making the board out of? A lot of people do the cardboard blocks, because that's what the ponder uses. Fork's using brass casings, and it kind of looks nice. I kind of want something that's a little bit more industrial, but I think the industrial iron blocks is probably a little on the nose. Possibly actually bamboo. Maybe. I don't know. What would feel more like a computer screen? You know what? I think black concrete would look cool, honestly. Maybe even something that has like horizontal lines to it, so it almost looks like scan lines. Oh, you know what would be great, but we definitely don't have access to it yet? Prismarine lanterns. Specifically, I would want to do this right here, Hive Sea Lantern. That kind of looks like scan lines. Thing is, I don't think... Oh, wait. Hive Glowstone. That kind of works. Yes. Perhaps. Or potentially the white redstone lamps, but that's expensive. They also don't tile well. It might not look good tiled. Oh man, Hive Shroom Lights would also be cool, but I need a whole production line for Shroom Lights. And that's annoying to do. As it stands... Oh, is it fungus? It is fungus. We can bulk haunt ground mushrooms for warped fungus. And I believe there is a system for producing mushrooms quickly with Farmer's Delight brown mushroom colonies. It might even be something we can do, like harvesting with Create even. Okay. But I do think the glowstone might look a little bit better. However, what's our glowstone look like? There's none in the storage system. What about in the truck? There's 31 in the truck. That gets us, like, 8x4-ish. It's more like a 7x4, which is not terrible. I think 7x4 gives us enough kind of space to play around with in our early escapades. However, we do need to get ourselves some more glowstone. As it stands, glowstone dust can be gotten from prismarine crystals, but I don't know if I have a way to produce those. Unless I do. Wait. That's right, lapis lazuli can bulk haunted into prismarine. Although it is a 12% chance to get the crystals in order to get the glowstone dust. But there is also a potion recipe for it. If we get Potion of Night Vision and Cinder Flower, we can make glowstone dust. We can turn netherrack into glowstone. But we need a whole assembly line for that. There is also a drilling machine, but that is not my prerogative. Other people on the server are getting very into the drilling machines. I am letting them get to that. And then eventually we're going to kind of hook everything into our own full logistics system. We'll probably end up shipping stuff from them. Though we'll have to figure out the nether transportation. The nether. It's doable. Because, like, in order to do a vein miner glowstone, that has to be set up in the nether. Those are nether only. Anyways. Doesn't matter. Right now, we have something important to do. And that is... out of curiosity. That does not stack, unfortunately. Or it doesn't tile. Looks kind of cool, though. Honestly, that looks kind of cool, but it's not what we're looking for. This does kind of look decent as a screen as well. Lanterns might also look decent. That is a cool texture, honestly. It works out really well for glowstone. But still not what we're looking for. This almost works. I think it's a little too noisy, though, is the problem. That's the main problem. As it stands, we're doing this specifically to take the noise out of the texture. patterned glowstone. What the fuck is the pattern? That looks so weird. It's like, on second thought, the hive glowstone does look a little funky. It actually kind of looks like it's a beehive. It's probably not terrible. I think actually the ornate kind of looks good. I do kind of like how that looks. It has that sort of fuzziness that you might see in a large display like this. Once again, it would be cooler if I could do sea lanterns, but we don't have access to that. At least not in bulk. I have a couple, but like not bulk. Alright. I think we're doing it basically along this entire wall. The wall is back there. So I think it will be up here. However, I do want to surround it in the industrial iron. I think for now it will be the 4x7, 7x4. Which isn't as big as I would like it, but it's probably going to be enough to do all of the early automation stuff that we need. 6, 7. This is going to look so cool. This is going to be my choice for it. Did I miscalculate? 7x4. That's right, because I can't do 8x4, so I'm 3 off. I thought I was 1 off, but no, I'm 3 off. Because I only had 31 instead of 32. And then there is our screen. The beginnings of it, at least. I would like to actually make this even bigger. For now, though, what I'm gonna need is... I'm actually gonna throw this in here. Grab myself... that's actually exactly the number of andesite scaffolding I need. A little step ladder so I can more closely reach all the things we're going to put on here. Finally time! Almost 4 hours into stream. We're going to get some real shit started. Ladies and gentlemen, everything in between. The real shit's about to start. I don't have the things in there. It's probably all here. Precision mechanisms. I think it did actually have a couple already in here. Yes, I have 4 factory gauges. You know where this is going. Okay. I have to remember how to actually craft it. It's with stock links, which require item vaults and transmitters, which I think I am probably plumb out of transmitters at the moment. Thankfully, we have got some crushed raw copper. I need to wash that shit. Crushed raw copper. Go to bulk washer. Cool. That'll get us some extra copper. Okay. I want to craft just like a stack, because I've got a decent amount of copper, I believe. Yeah. Almost 10 stacks. Decent. And a few extra. I was about to say, that does not sound like enough copper nuggets. Must have taken its sweet time to pull the things out of it, maybe. Okay. If I want to make a stack of transmitters, that's basically 6 per transmitter, right? So basically 6 stack, because the lightning rods are 3 copper. Oh boy. That would be 6 stacks. We currently have 9 stacks. It'll be worth it, though. We're going to be using a lot of that. Actually, another thing is, now that we do have the autocrafter, copper ingot. So I would rather have this be sent to an automated packing system rather than the autocrafter. But we can also send it to the autocrafter so that it's done, because we have the autocrafter, we might as well use it. And yeah, I would like to set up a ×9 compactor. I'll probably end up setting up that compactor in the power plant. And the power plant's kind of where we're doing a lot of our, like, general processing stuff. Anyways, I'm gonna need to come over here. I'm gonna do something. I need to send 2 pressers. We need 3 stacks of sheets. Because it's 1 per, I think. 1, 2, 3 stacks of sheets. We also need a stack of redstone, I believe. 1 stack of redstone. That's fine. We will also need a stack of lightning rods. Do that. These need to be sent to Autocrafter. All this stuff we're doing right now, we can do it automatic soon. Very soon. But we are going to need to craft a whole bunch of those because I need... How many vaults we got? We got 21 vaults. Not bad, not bad. As it stands, we have 4 precision mechanisms. I really need to take 4 vaults out of the storage. We actually have a stock link already ready to go. We could have done that, but for now we're fine. So we've got these. We're currently making lightning rods. We're almost done though. Wait until we have a full stack ready to go, and then what's it called? Then we just make a full stack of transmitters sent to Autocrafter. Big old box full of resources. Sends out to the Autocrafter. I may end up needing multiple assembly machines if they are doing what I think they are doing. Which is that this repackager is busy doing 1 order that had a bulk order. Granted, I think it's only doing that because I bulk ordered it, and I think if the automation system orders it, it probably won't order it in bulk. I think it does kind of order 1 at a time. Actually, no, I've seen it order multiple at a time. Yeah, so I would be worried about the packager, the repackager, getting held up. So I may want, like, a second assembling machine. That way, if the barrel in there fills up, then the rest of the items can go to another assembling machine. That'd be what we would do. Oh, that's the full stack. So go ahead and hand me... Where are they? Hand me 4 of these. And then we craft stock links. Then we take the stock links and put precision mechanisms on top of them. And I've got crack cocaine. Are we ready for this? We're not ready for this. We might think we're ready for this. We're not ready for this. First of all, I need to get at least one of these hooked up to our network. That'll be important. Come upstairs. Alright. What's the first thing we need? First off, we need iron. Obviously, I think we want to prioritize anything that goes towards us getting trains going up and running. So iron is definitely a priority. So, how are we going to make iron? Which, by the way, I'm going to have a free hand, because that's useful for this. So I can open this up without having to accidentally put items in here. We want iron ingots. Now, I should have a compactor for this. In fact, I might actually have space for it in here too. I wouldn't have wanted a compactor here because I feel like it wouldn't be a human usable thing, but actually, there's decent space for it. There's decent space for it. I think we can set it up. I think we can set it up. I just need preferably 2 barrels. I got my toolboxes on me. I just need 2 barrels. I've got some slabs on me. I do have wood here. 2, 1, 2. It's 2 barrels. Because the compactor will be a lot faster for taking iron nuggets and turning them into ingots. And all the nuggets into ingots, honestly. Cool. So, past that, I want a basin. I'm actually out of andesite alloy, so I'm going to need to grab a stack out of here. I don't see any basins in here. We do have some depots, though. Could use some depots. I don't think I need 2, but I might need them. Basically, what we're gonna need is my logistics toolbox. Put these over here for a sec. That's right. I need, first of all, a basin. Need to just some space to do it here. There. The basin go here. We need a mixer, which is annoying because that requires a handful of extra materials. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 pressers. Unless I already had sheets. I already had sheets in here. Frick. Whatever. In fact, I can send a whisk over to the auto crafter, technically speaking. Complete waste of auto-crafter time, but it's fine. In fact, actually, hang on a sec. No mixer in here. I have a feeling I would have had a mixer on hand, but maybe not. If there was a gear in here, then we'd have, we could just have it, send it to the autocrafter, but nah. It's fine, it's fine. We can have patience. Walk back over. Why did I craft a mixer? I don't need a mixer, I need a press. I might be stupid. Ladies and gentlemen, I might be stupid. Do I have any iron blocks? Nope. Give me 9 of these. I need a shaft. And I need a casing. Technically speaking, I could have used one of the industrial iron, but... Mechanical press. Craft that. I do actually need like a filter for this, actually. Actually, need a filter. I feel like I have a spare filter somewhere, but I'm not seeing it in there. Maybe in the truck. No truck filters. False. Let's just make one then. We got some wool. Maybe I will make it a attribute filter. Which I only had the one, nugget in there, so gonna have to make some more nuggets. I think an attribute filter should be good. I might need it to be a list filter instead, actually. But if I do this, what I could do is tag C ingots as one of the attributes. We're going to do allow list any. I probably don't want this one to do blocks, just in case. If anything, we could run... Well, no, I think it's smart enough to understand that. Hang on. Let's drag a block of iron in here and see if this, storage blocks. I don't think that's, Interestingly enough, Chipped has a tag for it. Fortunately, I don't think our tag search works all that well. Apparently it does. Interesting. I see. This is convenient because we have block of lapis lazuli on here, which is the 9 lapis. I do know that the compacting will believe that the lapis brick is a compacting recipe, when it really shouldn't be. But it looks like all of these are blocks where we can turn it back into its item. That's cool. So we can tag it C storage blocks, and we can use that to compress blocks if we need to. Electrum block. It's a funky block. And slime block. Yeah, I think slime block can be, It does go back into 9 slime. Yeah. That's a convenient filter. Neato. What other compacting recipes can we do? Actually, let's do using on this. Compacting. These are not what I wanted. Automated packing is what I wanted. Bone blocks, I think, are definitely put into that. There's sandstone, but I don't think sandstone is a big deal. We could theoretically do dripstone if we wanted to, but we don't have a... I mean, I kind of do want to farm dripstone at some point. Workbenches or crafting tables could be put through the automated packing, except we probably don't need it that often. We can probably just settle for auto crafter for that. There is one thing that uses the crafting table. That is the mechanical crafter. So that's something to just leave to that then. There are a lot of things here, though. So far, I'm not necessarily... Ash bricks is cool, though. This is probably not considered a storage block, though. Absolutely not. But I might want to do that. And a compacting recipe for that would be a hell of a lot faster. But I might need a separate compactor for that. You could pack a biomass pellets into a pallet, and that's easier to ship. Actually, it is also a larger fuel, and that means that trains might be wasting it, but hey, when it's shipped. It's nicer to have it in pellets. So it's a little bit more doable. I don't think I'm auto-crafting prismarine shards. If anything, I think if Olivia does do her farm again, she's probably going to be crafting those on site. Mud bricks would be nice. I think we're going to have this one just be the ingots and storage blocks packer, right? I think nothing else here is super necessary. Though, bricks would be nice. The thing is, I don't think we can get an attribute that cleanly maps all the bricks. Also, I think if we mapped this... I think we would need a list filter compactor for that, because otherwise we will end up compacting lapis lazuli by accident into lapis bricks. I have a feeling. So I think this attribute filter is just what we need. That gearbox is flat, so I kind of don't want to... trying to figure out how I want to orient this. Maybe actually bring this over by 2 blocks. Yeah, I got the space for it. Do this. I should actually be able to... keyword should. I should definitely be able to carry on that, but apparently I can't. That's fine. Just means I have to move it over myself. Okay, so... what we're gonna do here... we'll be tempted to do a sawmill. Actually, a sawmill is more compact. I can move this back to the left one more. Yeah, I like doing that, because it's the same thing that we do here. I think the ×9 compactor isn't going to be something that we use as, you know, user-based input thing. I think it's going to be a workshop thing. It's raining outside, but thankfully we are protected by our roof floor. Okay. I will need an actual saw. Now, I can also just use this. Which, this is supposed to be my, like, general purpose saw. Annoyingly. I need to articulate that. This gearbox, I think, is actually rotating in exactly the right direction. Just need a mechanical box here. I, unfortunately, am just gonna need to get this done before we can get started with the stuff. And I want to get this, because we do need a compactor. I could do... let's get this up there. There is a zombie wandering around somewhere. That's annoying. Please stop trespassing. Okay. So, the bonker is in place. Now, this system here. How does this work? Well... let me show you. You need to go... you need the barrel here. This is going to be for packages. We have the logistics box out here, so let's do this. Package will go out there. Putting a package across the sawmill will automatically just open the package up and just spill the contents out. And thankfully, the way it works is that it will spill all the contents. All fucking 9 stacks will be stuck in the mechanical saw until they're able to go into the basin. So you can do this as on a job by job basis, and it will never get stuck. Or at least it should never get stuck. The idea is it will wait, because it's the same system that this does. This is using the same thing where there is a sawmill back there, and the package goes across and waits to go into the basin. That's how that works. Let's get the rest of this done. The reason that the basin is like this is because we need to ship this stuff out. To do that, we go the good old classic. We could have actually... wow, this is actually a lot more compact than I thought. Because now, we don't even need like another funnel here. We just need the funnel going into the barrel. Like that. Boom. Done. Hell, we don't even need an item drain. We don't even need an item drain. You know what you can do? It's not in one of my toolboxes, because I almost never use them. Depot! Boom! That's what we're talking about. Huge. Alright, now, let's finish this off. Let's finish this shit off. I don't have any pulse timers. I kinda do want a pulse timer in this. I kinda do want a pulse timer. In order to make that, I need to remember how to pulse timer. Brass sheet, redstone torch, amethyst shard. I'm gonna make like 4 brass sheets, honestly. Actually, just do like 12 of them. Oh, I am gonna need to send that to something, so I need to come over here. Boom, boom, boom. To presser. I do also need redstone torch. 12 of them. That's not where I meant that to go. Shit. Fuck. I already fucked it up. I've been doing so good this series. Where'd they go? Oh, did they just go? Did they not even get processed? I think they didn't get processed. Phew. Okay. Nothing stuck. They didn't have any sort of like press thing, so I guess the presses just ignored them and they just went right back into the system. Cool. Awesome. That is good to know. The Froggen is great. Froggen is... It's still not automated yet, but we are doing pretty good. Watch this, Olivia. So, pick redstone torch. I'm going to make 12 of them. Send to AutoCrafter. By the way, I modeled this off of the assembling machine from Factorio. And now, it's making a bunch of redstone torches. I'm so happy this worked out. It annoyingly, so I used a schematic cannon to bring this schematic in because I made this in the offline world. When I did it, it fucking broke and I had to restart the server because it was like being fucking weird and like it did not want to link them up properly. Do you need a BRB again? That'll be lurking. Okay. But that was for a reason. We want pulse timers. Shift click. That's not what I wanted you to use. That's not what I wanted you to use, but I'm not gonna bother. I hope I sent that to the AutoCrafter. I sent that to the AutoCrafter, right? I sent that to the AutoCrafter. Surely. There we go. Okay, yeah, they're coming back. That's pulse timers. That's pulse timers. Love pulse timers. They're awesome. Out of curiosity, is there a noble amethyst? I mean, technically speaking, I can, like, farm amethyst. If I had a geode super nearby. But I would still need something to kind of get the train system for that. It's doable. Just, mildly annoying. Yeah, I don't exactly have, like, a renewable way that doesn't involve us, pulling stuff out of... We have to set up a whole thing for it. Alright. Need a pulse timer. There we go. I'm actually gonna do this, do that. I want this to be on 6-second intervals, because that's what I've been doing. Alright. Packager. I don't like having to jump to do this. There we go. So that's auto running. You can actually stick a packager on the back here and get the frog port above that. That'll look nice. Aha, I can do a little bit of fancy parkouring. I am going to need to address that, so I'm going to need a, whatchamacallit. Go on this side, place you down. You are going to be KT. Ingot block comp or compact. I guess that's the limit there. Let me actually do compactor ELK. Oh, I missed a C in there. Compactor. There we go. Compactor ingot block is how we word that. And we obviously want it to be on our address ref sheet, so let's add that. Cool. That's also going to come in handy when we do the actual automation. I don't have a whole lot of time left in the stream, so hopefully I can get it done by the time we, or at least start on it by the time we head out. Alright. I can't put the frog port on it until I have a address on you. Kbity mass storage done. And then frog port goes there. You are a send only. Because you're a send only, I give you fancy goffle. Yay. That's good to go. That is good to go. Alright. We needed that. That was important to do. Because we need to come up here and get this done. Alright. Got our iron. How do we make iron? Well, we can compact it from 9 ingots. Or sorry, some 9 nuggets, I should say. So, go with this. Drag iron nuggets in here. So, iron ingots. Add new connection to you. And we can use the compactor ingot block. We send 9, expect 1, except that's not using it very nicely. Instead, we will send 63 and expect 7. So that's the way we want to set that up. We don't need a expiration on it, because it is a guaranteed recipe. And we want 2 stacks is fine. Currently, we have more than 2 stacks, so it will not do anything yet. But we want more iron nuggets. That's not enough, because we need a lot of iron nuggets for rails. How do we make iron nuggets? Well, we have a cobblestone generator. With cobblestone, we can crush it into gravel. Gravel can be washed into iron. How are we going to do that, though? Well, that's easy. We get you. Gravel. There. Does already know that we have 16 gravel in here. But we can add new connection from the iron to the gravel. Now, we still don't have a target amount set, and that's good because I need to remember what the ratio is. Bulk washing. It is a 12% chance. So I want a multiple of 12, and I think that's 60. 60 divided by 12 is 5. Yes. So we do 60 gravel. We expect 12 iron. However, this isn't a guarantee. So we will set a promise expire after 2 minutes. But how are we gonna get gravel? obviously we gotta crush it. From cobblestone. We'll put cobblestone there. And don't worry, because if we don't like where we place things, boom, we can move them. Boom. Keeps all the previous connections. So we can definitely move these things about the board if we need to later. And again, like I said, I probably will end up expanding the board, but we need more glowstone for that. Okay. Gravel. How about cobblestone? I have cobblestone in my inventory, thankfully. We have a lot of cobblestone. Look at how much cobblestone we've got. So much cobblestone. So, we make gravel by crushing cobblestone. So, how do we do that? So, we're sending this, expecting this. We want to send it to the crushing mill. And it is a 1-to-1 process, so we go 64, 64. Boom. So, we are almost ready. I'm, slightly nervous. We can get this started, though. In general, so we are going to need, even though we have a target that we want to set for iron, we still need a target for all of these individual items. So, we will want... We're gonna go with 4 stacks of gravel. Should be sufficient. And then, we'll go with 2 stacks of nuggets. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is now sending things automatically to fulfill this number. Number low. Oh, we need a target address here. Bulk washer. There we go. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have an iron farm. This is an iron farm. This building is now an iron farm. Technically, also, that is part of the iron farm, but this is the iron farm. Man, I'm gonna move that over. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an iron farm. We are now making iron. Simple as that. Easy fucking peasy. Not a problem. And then, yep, so we are now officially using up our cobblestone. So our cobblestone generator has turned on. Let's let the spyglass in there. You can see it is now generating cobblestone. It's breaking it. It's automatically going into that vault there. It is definitely keeping pace plenty with the demand of the system. It's not super fast at requesting things, but we're there. That's our iron farm. Well, next up, obviously something we're gonna want is andesite alloy. First thing we're going to need for that, I've got 8 factory gauges left. First thing we're gonna need for that is andesite. Which is going to be the interesting one. And I think I am just going to go with the diorite method for now. Just because I don't feel like having to get more lava to make the lava compactor. So, in order to make this... Yeah, it's probably going to, at some point, the promises here are going to expire. Once that happens, it'll start sending more gravel. Because it probably sent enough gravel, because it's not sending any more gravel, but it didn't get back the yield it was expecting, which is why we put the promises expire after 2 minutes. If it ends up overproducing on nuggets, that's completely fine by us. Now, like I said, we want andesite alloy. And in order to get there, we need diorite. Keep an empty hand for this. Now, what we're actually going to need, I'll probably end up having to move these over. But I'm actually going to move this over now. You go over here. You go turn. This is so nice that we can just like move them with no consequences using this. This is so nice. I mean, it could also bug out. Who knows? I'm gonna move you, like... Actually, I'll keep you up here. I have a general idea of how we're going to do diorite. In fact, actually, I have an idea. Hang on. Take you over here. We are gonna need sand. Universally, we need sand, right? How can we make sand? Well, as it turns out, there's sand. Well, we can crush gravel into sand. I think I am actually gonna move this gauge. Here. And then I'm gonna move this gauge, actually, like, down here. This is a little bit of a spaghetti mess, but it's fine. It'll be fine. Alright. How do we turn gravel into sand? Well, we just send it to the crusher again. Once again, expecting a 1-to-1 ratio. It will also get some, like, byproducts, primarily flint and clay. And we might need to look at some way of disposing of that, but for now, this is fine. And we want a target amount of... Let's go with 4 stacks. We do also need to, like, keep a close eye on our storage. Make sure we don't fill the storage up as we do this. The moment we smell something going on, I'm gonna need to come down there and expand our storage network. In fact, I'll check it now. Should be good. It is annoying because actually trying to tell whether or not the vault is full is difficult. There are threshold switches, however, threshold switches only count per item and not per stack, per slot. So they're not great at being able to tell whether or not a vault is full. So we will need to be careful of that. Alright, but now we have 4 stacks of sand. What can we do with that? Well, what happens is we can make... First off, we can turn it into soul sand. Add new connection. We send this to Bulk Haunter. Once again, it is a 1-to-1 process that is best done in bulk. Obviously, it's in the name. From that, and we will need a target amount. And I think I actually need, like... I might need 2 stacks, because it is useful for scoria. So it might come in handy then. So that will now send sand off to be done into soul sand. Still got some time left in stream. Perfect. Alright. Now, let's go ahead and do... When we wash soul sand, we actually get 2 products, and one of those products is also useful other than this. However, we'll let that kind of understand itself. But we want nether quartz out of it. And actually, I think if we do want to automate gold beyond what we do here for the andesite alloy and diorite, I will probably end up doing a red sand system to have gold faster, honestly. I could also just manually supply gold whenever it runs low and has enough nether quartz. Right now, we got plenty of nether quartz. But, nether quartz. Add new connection. We send the soul sand to the bulk washer. Hang on, I am gonna need to figure out what the ratio is again. Bulk washing. 12% chance per block. Which it is. Oh, that's a complicated. With a ×4, actually. So that's a complicated binomial chance issue. There's probably a solid number on it somewhere. I'm going to estimate 24, honestly. Or like 0.24. Divided by 0.24. It's 4.16. So, ratio I'm looking for is 0.16 is 1/6, right? So if we multiply this by 6, (0.24) times 6, that's 1.44. Hang on. How do we get close to this? There's a 12% chance. Actually, I feel like it's probably a 1/25 chance, I'd imagine. Maybe. I think it would round up, though, is the issue. This is an annoying thing to calculate. Like, I'm kind of estimating 24% chance. But that is a bit aggravating to figure out. What is, like, the least common denominator between 24 and 100? I think that's the thing I'm looking for right now. Right? More like the least common denominator between 0.24 and 1, I think is what we're looking for. And that's 24 over 100 and 100 over 100. Making it 2,400 over 100. Right? Which, yeah, because then 24, obviously you multiply 0.24 by 100, that becomes 24. Then if we divide it in half, 12 is 50. We can divide that in half again, 25 is 6. But also it's better as a bulk, so I think we want to do 50 to 12. We do 50 expecting 12 is probably the ratio we're looking for. Obviously, we do want this to expire 2 minutes. We want that to be sent to bulk washer. And then target amount will keep 1 stack in the box. Now, thankfully, we have 7 stacks. Well, it's set to 2. I'll keep it 2. So we're already good on that. So now, this is where things get special. We can make diorite. We add connection to stone. Add connection to quartz. Use mechanical crafting, because unfortunately, even though it really should be shapeless crafting, we do still have to do this. So that does mean that it needs to go to auto crafter, which is annoying, but it's fine. So, and now we set a target amount. We go 2 stacks. 2 stacks, kind of like the general, we might need it for other things kind of deal. And now, what are we doing diorite for? Well, we want to make andesite. So we could do you. Andesite. Because we can take diorite. We can take cobblestone. Technically speaking, I think actually... Wait. It is an automated shapeless crafting. Okay. Is there anything else in automated shapeless crafting that would fuck this up? No, there isn't. Because I don't think we're putting nether quartz in. Actually, you know what? We could put nether quartz in there for, whatchamacallit. You know what? It'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. Maybe. It might fuck up. Which side was that again? That's the granite side. Yeah. Technically speaking, granite can be crushed into red sand. That's our gold path. I may end up doing auto crafter for specifically the electron tubes. Or not the electron tubes, but the rose quartz. Or I could send it to its own dedicated mixer. That's probably going to be what I end up doing with it. This, I don't think I'm worried about. I do believe that is a 2 expected. Yes. And we do want this to be a bulk process. So, we want it to be unfiltered mixer. We'll go ahead and run with making a full stack. We can't expect any more than this, so we will have to settle for sending 32 at a time. But that should be fine. And now, we actually are going to expect a decent amount of andesite. I might use it for building materials. And now, we have everything we need to now automate andesite alloy. Andesite alloy, it's iron nuggets, andesite. We send that to our unfiltered mixer, should be fine. And this is something we can absolutely bulk the fuck out of. Although I probably will limit it to 32 at a time, just to be safe. I do believe it's 1-to-1 with the input materials. Alright, and then I can set our target. We'll actually do 3 stacks, is fine. But we've already got that. We've already got 4 stacks in the tank, so that's fine. We're good on that. But we will still be making andesite for a bit. And let's... I'm starting to hear... Let's check on our storage again. Seems like we're still fine for the moment. Yeah, that's everything we need. Automated. This is huge. This is just the beginning, of course. It probably is a good stopping point. obviously, one of the things I need to do next is I need a machine for building rails. I'm probably going to be doing that tonight after I take a post-stream break. I'll need to kind of just design that off-stream. You guys have probably seen me do a rail machine before. Generally speaking, what we want is we want to produce train track. It is a recipe sequence. We apply 2 iron nuggets to a slab of some sort, which I will need something to produce slabs decently. Oh, you know what we can actually auto-produce whilst we're here? That's normally very fucking annoying to do otherwise. But yeah, the idea here is we do this. We also need a presser. And then that will send things through. So we'll need this sort of machine set up. But we can do... Oh, I'm like just out of factory gauges. Hang on. Real quick, I'm gonna need to fix that because we don't have enough factory gauges to do that. Let me go ahead and grab 3 sheets. I almost always make these in like 8s. Pressers. Send 3 sheets to the pressers. We are also going to need to make a bunch of gears. We've got plenty of... What we can do is... I would like to do the sawmill thing for shafts, but for now... Autocrafter... We need 80 shafts. Send 80 shafts worth of andesite alloy to the autocrafter. Because it's 5 times 8 is 40. And then we need that twice. We can still set up some things. Granted, we already have them going on, so it's not going to do anything yet. But we can come here and get some of the resources out of the way, except we can't. Okay, we can, but we do need a couple more of these, actually. For now, we just need spruce logs placed into here. This is just a monitor. We got so many spruce logs, but we need them to be stripped. So we want that to go to Koth Sawmill. Capture the point. Connect to this. And we will do a good old expectation of... We'll make like 32 at a time. Should be fine. We send that to Koth Sawmill. We want a target amount of... We'll go ahead and say 2 stacks. That gives us some standby to do all of the auto-crafting that we need. And then I'm gonna need 4 thingamadings. How are we doing on those shafts? We have 82 shafts. Perfect. Take 40... 40... Actually, wait, that's right. We need to actually set the recipe. We need... 40 cogwheels. Can I also get disordered? Oh, perfect! Look at this shit. And obviously I can put these into autocrafting, but I need more precision mechanisms to do that. Alright, so we have that craft. Send those to the autocrafter. So the autocrafter will be a little busy for a minute. But our production line is basically solid now. We are not making anything right now. But we are waiting for the next steps of our automation. We are still making something. That is the cogs that I asked the system to make. Which is going to take a minute. We told it to craft 40 and 40. It does seem to be limited by the speed of the, whatchamacallit. The repackager. We are going to be waiting for a minute for that. Where are we at? Where are we at? Oh, there's our 40 cogwheels, so it's now moving on to the large cogwheels. We're almost done. Awesome. I don't think the recipe will work for this, given it was also bugging out about the other options. We'll see if it works. If I do, precision mechanisms. Oh, Eurus has done something. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't let me move items for precision mechanisms. Unfortunate. That's fine. We'll just move the items ourselves. 40 cogs, 40 large cogs. We need 40 iron and 8 sheets. Send all of that. Precision assembly. That will hopefully make 8. It will have to wait until the system is done distributing all of the resources. Alright. 8 precision mechanisms? Perfect. Beautiful. We are going to turn all 8 of them into fucking, things. We're gonna turn all 8 of them into thingamadings. But in order to do that, I need, some stuff. We need stock links first. So that should be... Wait. That's right. I need to auto-craft them. Well, we have the transmitters. We have the item vaults, so we just need stock links. And honestly, I will just go ahead and make 12 of them. We're only going to be able to craft 8 of them into the crack. But that's gonna be plenty. I sent them to the precision assembly again. I might be stupid. That's fine. They're in my inventory now. I'm just gonna pull the precision mechanisms here and make this shit myself. You want something done right, you gotta do it yourself. There we go. Cool. I can also click on one of these with the factory gauge to tune to the same network. Easy peasy. Alright. I am definitely going to need more space on the board. But that's going to be something I do later. Alright, planks. Spruce planks, because we are farming spruce wood. Add new connection. Obviously, we get wood out of logs. We can actually send this to the sawmill. It is 6 per, so we're going to go 60 from 10. Awesome. That should work. And we can set a target amount. Now let's go with, honestly, 6 stacks. We need a lot of them. And I would like to do the following with a sawmill rather than the auto crafter. But until I get that set up, we can do spruce slabs, sorry. Why are we doing spruce slabs? We'll see in a second. Yeah, we do this. We click use mechanical crafting. Obviously, we'll want to send it to the auto crafter since we're using mechanical crafting. And send that. We want a stack, at least. And once again, the auto crafter is definitely a lot slower at making those slabs, and a sawmill would be faster, but we're using the infrastructure we have right now. Why have we done that? Well, what's the most annoying thing to craft a whole bunch of in this mod? That's right. Barrels. Add new connection. Add new connection. Use mechanical crafting. Send to autocrafter. 1 stack should be fine. As it stands, these are going to be used in other things. And only really need 1 stack on standby to use for the rest. And now, we've still got quite a few factory gauges left. And, I mean, it's kind of cutting it close on time, but I do want to get the next part of this done. We want iron sheet. Put that in there. How do we make iron sheets? Obviously, we press them from iron. So they can be sent to the pressers. And we want to set this up for a nice bulk craft. We'll do 32 to 32. 1 stack should be fine. With their powers combined, they make our last stop for today's stream. Item vaults. Compactification. Did I accidentally make iron block? Might have accidentally made an iron block. And yeah, it is autocrafter. Use mechanical crafting. And we want 2 stacks of that, actually. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about that. Again, I had to go check that advancement. What did we just do? Did we do what I think we did? Create fewer items from more. We might have accidentally crafted a thing. Who knows? Might actually need to take blocks off of that. I fucked that up. I completely fucked that up. I may or may not be stupid. Can I cannot. Balls. select all, copy. It's going to fuck everything up, and everything's going to be spinning around on the wire for a bit, but I actually need this to be in this sort of format, because it's supposed to do that. And set the name, and hopefully they all find their way back here again. Hopefully. I'm not currently seeing any spinning things. Did just use it though. Yes, that's what that's supposed to do. I wonder if that was the first time that it did actually finally do something. Because we did have plenty of sheets before, and now it's having to make more sheets. So the factory's coming alive. It's doing things. Yeah, 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 yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. That's what we're talking about. I'll probably set this specifically to 64 items, so that way I can actually see how many barrels we've got. Yeah, that is one of the more annoying things to automate, especially previously, and now it is more automated. This is absolutely stress-free automation. We could go a step further. This is why I said this is crack. This is why I said this is crack, because you do. You do. We have wood. We have strip logs. We have andesite alloy. I have a machine that takes those both and makes casings. I'm telling you, this is where it starts. This is where it starts. This is how it happens. Okay? This is how it happens. We send this to casing maker. This is how it happens, man. I'm telling you. Do 32 at a time. And there. We want 4 stacks. And now we're making andesite casings. Automatically. We could do more, though. We could do more. We have andesite alloy. We have wood. We could do gears. Once we have that, then we can do gearboxes. Gearboxes are annoying to craft. And we just have them on auto. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're firing on all cylinders. Now I just need to make sure that I can also... I do need to focus. I need to make sure that I need to do the main priority, rails. I will hydrate. Maybe, sad Red Wolf. Maybe I am. Maybe I am. But I'm excited, okay? I'm excited. This is exciting, okay? We hear all sorts of noises going on down there. We are seeing some minor package backup, but not in a huge way. We can improve this a little. I can throw an extra couple of chutes on the end here with extra mass storage packages. But yeah, the frogport is... It's not having trouble storaging, but it is getting mildly overwhelmed. And we could fix that by adding more receiving. In fact, actually, that looks a little bit of an issue. Let's try and assess that. Make that a little bit better. So, basically, what we do is, I'm gonna do that. Could even put a second one on it. Actually, I can't because then I need to, in theory, I could. In fact, actually, it's gonna block the walkway, though, if I put one there. could also... Yeah, we need to address that quickly. Can I do that? Wait. Haha, there we go. Okay, okay. We're addressing the frog situation. Let's hop up on here. Open you. Copy that name so I can paste it very quickly. You. Paste. There we go. So now we have more. Although it may also be that the shoots are also... The shoots might be slowing them down. The shoots might be slowing them down. Or not the shoots, but specifically the packagers down here. This packager. That might be part of it. We might need an extra packager in there. That might be how we solve it. We might even be able to do, like... We might try and bend it down this way and have a belt running across 3 packagers. And that should be able to keep up with the demand. Yeah, They're keeping up a little bit better, though. But again, we are still running into... storage is getting stuck. So yeah, I think specifically I'd have to kind of tune how we're doing this bottom part. Having the extra frogs go down and around would make sense. Another thing I probably want to do is do this, and then clear out this wall. More room activities here. And that way I can probably extend down that thing. You could have the other one come down this way. For now, it is handling itself better. It's not great, but it's handling itself better than it was before. I am still worried about it filling up again, though. As long as we are not filling up the lines, we should be good. But I will need to fix that when I come back. The idea is just going to be, I take this chute and go straight down with it rather than trying to hook it into here. And then I have that, a packager at the bottom of that, and just feed that straight into the barrel. Probably will also, like, bend it down over one into that barrel. I mean, how much time do I have? It's not too late, you know? It's not too late. I'm actually gonna get rid of you. Break that. I have a decent amount of shoots, so yeah. Put you here. I know where I'm putting this. There we go. Perfect. Want to be like one block over. Yeah. Savior protocol here. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm currently fixing a problem. But everything, other than the problem needing to be fixed, everything is going very nicely. One could even say it is almost according to plan. Let me go up. Grab myself. Oh, welcome back, Olive. Just in time for me to have plenty of my stuff up and running. But I am trying to fix an issue right now. Where is... What do I need? Oh, that's right. Barrel. Because we're now auto-crafting barrels. Check that out. I've taken one barrel out of my storage. So now it's going to send materials over and craft another barrel. Because we have the board. Listen, Olivia, here it is. It's the crack. The crack has taken over my brain. You can see what's going on here, right? You see what's going on here? It's getting serious. Anyways, I was overwhelming my system because apparently these chutes are a little too slow for it. So that's why I'm trying to set something up here to fix that. I can actually just throw this gravel out here so that I can get it out of my inventory. Okay. Also some rotten flesh I need to get rid of, honestly. I can throw this dirt in storage. I do actually have a packager on me, surprisingly. I don't know where I got this packager from. But I need, like, a block here. It's like the barrel, and then put the packager on top of the barrel. That's what I need to do. Like that. There we go. Then I should be in range for the thingamading. So do you. And then a brass funnel to move things along fast. And there we go. So now, if we break you, and now this can take stuff into that slot. In theory, if we wanted to, we could be able to also snake another chute around here, but I don't think we're going to get to that problem. Why are you not? Excuse me? Oh, this isn't in... Why are you not? There we go. Okay. It was just stuck. Now it's working. Now it's working. Perfect. Perfect. And then now I just have to hope that I don't fill up this vault. I am going to need more vaults, though. In fact, again, we have it auto-crafted. We have it auto-crafted. Look at this shit. 1 stack and counting of iron vaults. Cool. Okay. I am still a little nervous about it filling up on storage. In fact, yeah, how much flint we got? We have 1.4k. I'm just gonna come over here and hit this button a couple of times to just dump stacks of flint into the trash. That's what I've set this up to do. Eventually I'm going to automate this such that, you know, depending on the amount of flint we have, once we get, like, more than a couple of stacks, I can set something up to just automatically spam this until we are out of it. There we go. That should clean things up a little bit. I can also just, like, bulk send it. If I go here, garbage disposal, just gonna send all of that there. It's making a bunch of flint because it's currently iron farming. Like, this is also an iron farm. It's crushing the gravel, washing the gravel, and then compacting the iron. All on its own. Big, huge. We doing it. And we doing it well. Hopefully we are still doing it properly as well. We seem to be doing it alright. Awesome, awesome. This is a little cramped here, but it's fine. So yeah, the shop is coming along. And the board has been started. So yeah, obviously the next thing I need to do, I do need to focus up and work on the railing system. Or not the railing system, the thing that crafts train tracks. How much copper do you have? Not a whole lot, probably around 8 stacks. Doohoo has a bunch of copper, actually. And he's willing to part with it. I have way less than that. I only have about 4 stacks-ish. That's right, because I did make a stack of transmitters very recently. So that's why I am low on copper at the moment. For sure. Yeah. Fork probably has a, that's right, Fork has a, what am I talking about? Fork has an auto miner for it. Fork has an auto miner. It is somewhere. It is one of these. I want to say it actually is specifically this one that is just south of this base. I can't remember for sure. But I believe it is that one. It's quiet. It's quiet because we're currently washing more iron. Yeah, we're not high up enough on iron sheets. So we're waiting for iron. We probably actually have a bunch of promises. We could left click to reset and have it send more gravel. I don't have to be... In fact, actually, I will go ahead and set this to 1 minute. I don't have to go in and manually reset them, but I probably do want to put the expire timer a little bit lower so that we can recognize that we have not produced enough iron faster. Okay. How many volts do we have now? That's a perfect amount. I think I'm going to, before I leave it this way, real quick, I can't believe I just typed that to get the analog lever. Let's just, that casing in a stick. Perfect. I need an andesite casing and a stick at my workshop, please and thank you. Because now it's time to start doing the thing. You, analog lever. It is now crafting a bunch of casings because we used 1 casing and now it's crafting 32 because I set it up for bulk. Okay, so, in order for that to work, I'm gonna take my toolbox and it's down there. I want to make sure that we have storage and that we don't run out of storage randomly whilst I'm gone. So we are going to need to come back through here. And yes, Olivia, I have, in fact, finally gotten the tool swapper upgrade for my backpack. And yeah, it is definitely a bit of a time saver. You still have trust issues with it, but it is a time saver. It'll definitely be a little bit more interesting once I actually get Insta-mine tools So probably could do that, because, you know, Fork's probably got all the books needed for that. I've just not needed it just yet. Also, my diamond shovel is actually starting to run low. I'm gonna need to get a repair on that soon. Alright, hopefully I don't break the storage system by putting dirt somewhere. That is the concern. I fucking broke it. I mean, hopefully it'll just sit in the frog. That's not sitting in the frog. Fuck. Hang on, let me, like, also... get all that. It's not sitting in the frog. Of course it's not. Of course it's not. Where are you? Contains dirt times 1. There we go. Figures. Alright, hopefully those don't drop on there and break it again. It's too bad that I can't put, like, a tunnel over the funnel, because then that would actually prevent it from having issues. I did see a thing got onto the belt, but that's fine because this is the storage. Alright. Sure, put a torch around here. Probably here. Here. I will also need to make sure this is lit up properly. By the way, throw that on there. And that. And that. Okay. Mechanical toolbox. Here. And then we can just extend it across, but I won't actually do that yet. In fact, I should probably get the vaults I need. Should probably get the vaults I need. I need 81 vaults. That is going to tax it and send it back into production mode. And that's fine. Okay. So we do that. Boom. Wish middle would work that. Another full-size vault. Ready to go. My logistical toolbox to go in with that, and then go ahead and belt across. We will also belt this across, and then I need to get on top. I need to place my froggistics toolbox. Replace a packager. And I need anti-funnel leading out. I need a stock link, which I do have on me. Perfect. Pick you. Place on you. But then, you are getting an analog lever. With 1. You don't seem to be affected. Hang on. Why is it not fucking... Oh, that's right, I, like, ran out of industrial iron, didn't I? That's fine. Oh, I've got a stonecutter now in my backpack. So I can just get a couple more out here. I need to... There we go. This should work, right? There we go. So now that's on priority 1. This is on priority 0. So if this item vault starts getting used, we want to prioritize item vaults further back in the system so that we empty these out first. That is the system I have designed. And now, we shouldn't, keyword shouldn't, run out of storage whilst I am not logged onto the server taking a break. It is now time for me to take a break. I am almost at 6 hours. But it's magnificent. It's magnificent. Look at it. It is going through all of it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. Okay. Yeah, I do need to take a break. I am gonna go take a break for a bit. We'll be back online later. Love you guys. Oh, dude did leave apparently, and then never say anything. Don't have a whole lot of. What's the scroll bar not working? Dude left and I didn't even see him leave. You can't use it with the sword. I don't want to, is the thing. I specifically turned it off to use the sword. I do not want it to use the sword. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna take a break though. So we fucking did it. The workshop's in full swing. I just need a setup for crafting rails. Preferably I'd also like a setup for whatchamacallit, but we'll work on that later. The sawmill for crafting materials. Or crafting shafts. Alright, I'm gonna flip over to the chatting scene and try and get us out of here. I'm gonna see who we have to raid. Smash. That's fine. Okay. I'm gonna click stop raids. I keep forgetting to do that. I haven't done that in a while, man. So, LED plugs. That's right. I can't forget that. Week ahead. Sunday, Olivia and I are going to be doing Metal Gear Solid 3. Continuing on with that, we're doing our little play-along thing. And we've kind of just started MGS3, but having fun so far. So we're still pretty early in the game. And we're having fun. I haven't actually done any of the labbing I wanted to do. I wanted to do some labbing off stream of the game. I did not actually get the time for it, unfortunately. This week has been kind of rough and all over the place. But I am feeling a lot better now that it's the weekend and I'm doing cool stuff with CatGirlCraft. But you should have seen me earlier. It's like, it's addicting. Once you have one thing done, you want to do the next thing. It's like, while I'm here, I've got more factory gauges in my inventory. I could automate gears right now. I have another one. I can automate gearboxes now. I can automate this now. I can automate that now. It's addicting. But as it stands, again, I do actually still need specifically not just a machine for making rails. I'm also going to need to go collect more glowstone in the Nether, which is gonna be annoying. Nobody has Elytra yet, so it's gonna be a lot of manual shit, which sucks. Unless somebody went over and found themselves a vein miner. Actually, it's possible someone has already gotten a vein miner for glowstone. I'll have to check. But yeah, sorry, I got distracted because we were supposed to be talking about schedule. Metal Gear Solid 2, Metal Gear Solid 3 tomorrow. Wednesday, I'm gonna do more game dev stuff. Hopefully, I actually get to work on putting gun in game. Yes, please, thank you. Good. Thursday, we're gonna do some sort of gaming. I kind of want to see if I can try and set up for worms on Thursday, but we'll have to see. And then next Saturday is another stream for CatGirlCraft, and hopefully, I will be actually working on some train tracks. Hopefully, like actually getting the train infrastructure in. That'll be fun. So, that is it. I'm gonna drop in on a friend of ours, by the way, as usual. What's our raid message going to be? I want to kind of like reuse the previous raid message, but I can't remember exactly how I worded it. I think I just said like crack cocaine in item form. I do wanna press on. We're making crack again. We can't stop doing crack. That's gonna be our raid message. That's gonna be a stunner. That's gonna be a stunner for sure. We do Katon toasters. We can't stop doing crack. It's so silly. I hope somebody is here. I hope we have another couple of people to do the raid message. We can't stop doing crack. Y'all know the drill. You can unlock that emote using channel points. It is very cheap here to unlock emotes with channel points. Otherwise, there is a free version there, but you can also just type the text, "We can't stop doing crack." We're going to absolutely stun and confuse our raid target, who is going to be... Let's find out. I don't know if I'm particularly comfy with doing a random raid. I think not. Take a look at my following. Is third tier really on Factorio instead of CatGirlCraft? What the frick? We should drop in on them. Bother them about it. Grace doing Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. How should I doing Super Mario 64? There's also Diesel doing Euro Truck Simulator, but we've rated Diesel a lot. We've rated Diesel a lot. Although I think Diesel would get a kick out of the bit. I think rating Diesel for the bit would be funny. Maybe. We rated him 2 times in the last 30 days. Where's Amy at? Miami's still working? Okay. Why do you have you for the raid message? Okay, I think we default to third then. I think third will still get a kick out of the bit. Yeah. Let's do this, do that, over there. Alright, start raid. We'll get out of here. So, with that being said, ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between, thank you very much for tuning into my stream. I hope to see you guys next time that I'm on. Till then, this is Katon, over and out.